have beaten Activision's perfect run. Something must have happened throughout the years. Perhaps people started digging into the Activision archives and were discovering that Todd really wasn't the only, or even the first person to achieve a 5.51. It must have come up at some point, because Todd would eventually change his story to include the other two record holders.
One day, Jan Marcella called me up and said, "Hey, I want to know how you shift." And when I explained, to her how I shifted, I engaged the clutch.
Weird. Alrighty.
Rev the engine to give me
Anyways, what was I doing?
the clutch at before we put to zero to get some additional lift-offs.
So that means these two.
She says, "Okay, well, I have something to tell you. There were two other people that tied your score, but they shifted identically to our perfect computer. We had a computer that did a perfect run of a 5.54, and they beat it using the same technique as the computer did, and they didn't understand how that could be possible. So they disqualified the two people for attaining that score only because I was the one that shifted differently than their computer did."
The story now has multiple parts to it to unlock, so we will go through one at a time. First, is there any evidence that Activision simulated a perfect run of Dragster that resulted in a 5.54? No. Every single piece of information about this story comes from Todd, and nowhere else. It's almost impossible that it actually happened, though, as what Todd is implying is artificial intelligence, which was practically non-existent at the time. It was a big deal when a full 15 years later a computer was able to beat Garry Kasparov in chess. There is no chance an algorithm was created in 1982 to play Dragster perfectly. There are two other possibilities. The first is that David Crane somehow knew how to play Dragster perfectly and crafted each input individually to create what speedrunners call a tool-assisted speedrun. These crafted runs aren't made by computers. They are built by humans with a deep knowledge of game mechanics. So this almost certainly didn't happen either. If anything happened even remotely close to what Rogers was referring to, it was likely to have revolved around mathematics. Dragster is a reasonably simple game, and you can use math to try to predict the optimal outcome. The math that Crane potentially used would have been very oversimplified, which is why his result was not correct. In 2017, it was proven by multiple people that 5.57 is actually the fastest possible time you can achieve. When asked about his simulation in January of 2018, Crane had this to say: "I have a vague recollection of writing test code to determine the best possible score, but I don't remember the result. And as I said, if I did have a theoretical limit and a player beat it by such a small margin, I would believe that player found a way to play the game that was different than the assumptions I used in calculating theoretical." This paragraph is really important because it gives us Crane's frame of mind. He doesn't remember what he thought may have been the theoretical maximum, but even if someone did beat it, and by a small margin, he would think nothing of it. But this is the complete opposite of what Todd is espousing. According to Rogers, the other two players that also achieved 5.51 were disqualified by Crane because they beat his time. Crane's statement confirms that is not what happened, nor would it ever. There was no statement or document from Activision suggesting the other two players were disqualified, because it simply never happened. The phone call with Jan Marcella almost certainly never happened either. Think for a moment about the practicality of the situation. Crane predicts a theoretical best of 5.54, and then asks the customer relations representative, a middle-aged woman whose job it is to sort mail, to call Rogers and the other two Dragster record holders to ask them how they shifted their Dragsters. It literally makes zero sense. By the way, Todd claims all of this happened throughout the middle of 1982, but we already know Activision didn't print his score until almost a full year later. So if this conversation happened, why did Activision not print Todd's time until almost a year later? And why, if the other two players were disqualified, were they not removed? These are rhetorical questions, obviously, because the simple fact is that this conversation never happened.
Interesting.
If Todd deserves a Guinness World Record, it's for being the biggest hypocrite. What always bugged me was the fact that Todd threw the other two world record holders under the bus because of this alleged simulation, but when it came to his own time, the same standards did not apply. The mountain of evidence supporting the case that Todd had fabricated his 5.51 was far, far larger than the evidence that supposedly had the other two players disqualified. Even David Crane confirmed that players would have certainly proven their time with evidence to have their times posted in the Activision's newsletter. He stated, Activision validated Todd's dragster score using the accepted methods of the day.
There it
The
is.
time to question any of those records has passed. He further stated, those records were set at the time, by a player at the time, and given validation by the authority at the time. Thus, those records should stand. These statements seem really peculiar from someone that Todd says disqualified 2 players who were already proven and validated. Obviously, William Stewart and Kevin Kovaceski proved their records to Activision, or they wouldn't have been featured in the first place. Is Todd saying they faked their proof? Is Todd suggesting that these 2 gentlemen are cheats? Did they doctor their photos? Why is he so quick to proclaim them as frauds when he didn't even speak to them? Even if his stories were true, they were disqualified because of a phone call with Activision's customer service representative. That's hardly an exhaustive investigative process. Meanwhile, Todd has had 37 years to prove his record. We have multiple programmers confirm that 5.51 is not possible under any circumstances. He spent 2 full days with Ben Heck, who could input whatever strategy Rogers wanted with perfect precision. This achieved nothing. He couldn't even get close to his record. We have proof that Rogers doctored certificates from Activision. All of his stories and the timelines in which they occur are demonstrably false. But you know what Todd's response to all of this is? You weren't there.
Someone's gone beyond just trying to do the programming and insert the inputs at the right time. Someone's actually looked at the code, read the code. In fact, multiple people I get, I think it's 3, maybe 4, have looked at the code, analyzed the code, read the code, and said, I've looked at this code, I've studied it, it's less than 100 lines of code, I know what's going on, and after reading the code, I am sure there's no way Todd could have got this score. What do you say to that?
Well, I say that they weren't there to watch me play it, so who were they? Go get a TARDIS and go back 35 years, you'll be impressed.
All right.
Well, I have news for Todd. He wasn't there when the heroes William Stewart and Kevin Kovaceski achieved the first legitimate 5.51. And these 2 champions were the ones who really deserved the recognition this entire time. When Todd Rogers was banned from Twin Galaxies in early 2018, he made a response post on his Facebook page. There are a lot of lies in this post that relate to things that I haven't covered in this video, but one part immediately struck me upon reading. Rogers stated, I ask this, had I not achieved the score in their presence, why would Activision have acknowledged me beating their perfect run and hired me to demonstrate their games? What also seems to get overlooked is that I was only 16 and really had nothing to gain by fabricating an unobtainable score. Firstly, we know that Activision have already acknowledged 2 other people as having obtained 5.51 before Todd, so it obviously didn't require people to achieve the score in their presence. Secondly, Todd demonstrated Activision games in 1982, which was the year prior to his 5.51 being recognized in the Activision's newsletter, so it had no bearing on that at all. Thirdly, Todd had everything to gain by fabricating a score, and Todd himself has stated many times that the entire reason he submitted dragster scores in the first place was to gain recognition. The following clips demonstrate that Todd knew very well how much there was to gain, and even confirms that gaining in general was his entire intention to begin with.
When Atari came out, I played that quite considerably, and then Activision, which was a third-party developer, came up with a game called Dragster. When in the Dragster's brochure it says, if you beat this time of the Dragster run, you'll get recognition. Well, that was my golden opportunity.
I got my start back in 1980 working for Activision. I opened up a brochure one day playing the old Atari, and I saw that little list in there that says, well, if you want recognition, break this score. I thought that's my perfect opportunity to make a name for myself.
Oh, no, I got my big break in 1980. Activision had published, if you beat this score, you'll get recognition. And that's what started the avalanche of working for many different companies, because I would submit my scores, and one particular show, they wanted to see if I was the real deal. That was in 1982 at the Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago. And ever since that point on, I've been playing professionally for more than 42 software publishers.
In 1982, Activision did indeed have Todd demonstrate their games. Todd was getting a lot of attention, and even appeared on a couple of brief TV segments. His claim to fame was his records, and he really believed he was becoming famous. This meant a lot to Todd, and why wouldn't it? It's a pretty big deal for a 17-year-old. But when the Activision's newsletter came out in December of 1982, this would have crushed Todd. He was relying on his records to build his image, and hopefully build a career. He already had connections with Activision, so when he claimed a time of 5.51 as well, I doubt they even requested proof. The original 5.51s that were printed were likely due to a poor quality photo being misread. The instructions from Activision didn't actually specify you to write down the time on the back of the photograph. So whomever checked the photos probably had to guess what the time was from the photo itself.
There we go.
5.51 isn't possible to achieve, so obviously they never happened. But once printed, Todd felt he had no choice but to claim it as well. Almost 20 years later, in collusion with Twin Galaxies, Todd's record was inputted into the score database.
Cool.
A fake story was constructed by Todd and repeated by Twin Galaxies in order to gain clout for both parties. Several prominent Twin Galaxies members, including Billy Mitchell and even Walter Day, have been shown to be extremely corrupt, so it was highly likely they all worked together to spread misinformation. The cherry on the cake is that Todd himself...
Alright, so what I just did is I routed a power cable that I almost forgot.
So Guinness was impressed with
So when I go make the neutron wand, neutrino wand, because I'm gonna put an Arduino in there for the light bar and the
This was all intentionally orchestrated by Todd Rogers to gain
for
money
the
and recognition.
barrel animation
Everything
thing.
was pushed along by
I'm gonna
him,
do all
with the
this,
help
so
of the corrupt members
it's
of
good to
Twin
have.
Galaxies. The key takeaway from
I
this
almost
story
forgot
is
to
not
include
simply
this
that Todd
there.
Rogers is a man of low character. It is a lesson that demonstrates just how easily people can be misled when they are quick to believe extraordinary claims without evidence. If there is one person you should never believe without
There you go.
investigation, it is the person that stands to gain from your belief. Today, we haven't even covered the many scores that Todd claimed that were later proven to be impossible. The
Excellent.
point is to show that it never should have gotten this far in the first place. The evidence was already there years ago, and the only reason Todd gained as much recognition as he did was because of the laziness of journalists and people with platforms who enabled Todd to spew his lies in front of thousands of people. Thank you so much for watching, you absolute legends.
Nice. Okay.
I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
So
Todd Rogers, I mean, that guy is so high on himself, you can't even talk to him.
Escalade IQ, this the intro to the all-electric Cadillac perfection like Zoom. And on a full charge, you get 450.
Hello, you absolute
wow,
legends.
450 though.
In 2017, the most expensive video game ever sold cost $30,000. It was a
Dang!
mint condition,
Okay.
sealed copy of the original Super Mario Brothers.
We should be
In
good now. Let's
2021,
start soldering.
the most expensive video game ever bought cost $2 million. But this was a very special game. Oh, actually, it was the same game. That's an increase of over 6,000% for the same game in just 4 years. Something very strange is happening in the world of video game collecting. Headlines are flooding the internet describing new records set for insane prices. But this is an extremely recent phenomenon, and one that seems to have arisen overnight. For the past several decades, video game collecting has honestly been pretty niche. Truly dedicated collectors seemed to be few and far between, and even if they did amass a respectable collection, there was little fame to be gathered from it. In contrast to something like the art world, where collectors represent the richest of society, flaunting their lavish purchases, video game collecting was mostly done by the purest of heart. Regular gamers, nerds in the truest sense, who were just so passionate about the hobby that they were happy to spend whatever spare cash they could scramble together to acquire a cart here or there, often as cheaply as they possibly could. Video game collectors weren't rich, but they didn't need to be either. Retro video games were never that expensive, therefore basically anyone could do it. And that was one of the great things about it. All you really needed was passion and time. But in 2018, something happened that would change everything. The launch of a company called Wata Games. This was no ordinary launch, and Wata is no ordinary company. There is a select group of very wealthy, very powerful people who are pulling the strings behind this recent spike in video game prices, and those same people are making money hand over fist. When I heard the news of a $1.5 million Super Mario 64, this seemed too ridiculous for me to ignore. I knew there had to be more to this story than meets the eye, and boy, was I not wrong. This rabbit hole is deep. The bubble we are seeing in video games has been seen before in other collectibles for almost half a century. And the crazy thing is that each time it happens, the same people are involved. They know exactly what they are doing, and they know how to extract as much money as possible from suckers who believe the headlines. There is a lot of shady stuff going on, and you won't believe what I've found. This entire situation is fraught with unethical business practices, deception, collusion, and even fraud. By the end of this video, you will know exactly why this is happening, who is causing it to happen, and what needs to be done to stop it. I really hope you enjoy. Now, before we get into the specific details about how this entire racket works, there are some concepts that I want you to be familiar with so that you can better understand the context. The first is the difference between the intrinsic and extrinsic properties of an object and how they relate to perceived value. Intrinsic properties lie within the object itself. For example, if we were to examine a painting, the intrinsic properties would be the materials it was made of, and also, of course, how the painting actually looked. The extrinsic properties would be the relationship the artwork had with everything else. Who it was painted by, when it was painted, the context in which it was painted, and how sought after the piece is are all important qualities. When it comes to perceived value, it is the extrinsic qualities of a collectible that raises the cost significantly. Van Gogh paintings often sell for tens of millions of dollars. But if we were to program a robot to paint an identical piece, it wouldn't be worth much more than the cost of the paint and the canvas. Ultimately, both pieces would look the same on our wall. But us weird and wacky humans like to care about the details that don't directly impact us. We are even willing to spend millions of dollars more than we need to because of these details. In the 17th century, during the Dutch Golden Age, an event happened known as Tulip Mania, where the price of tulip bulbs reached insane levels. At the time, tulip bulbs were a luxury item that were highly desired for their intense colors, and as their popularity slowly increased over the years, the price inevitably went up. Eventually, people began noticing the trend of rising prices and started to speculate on the market. Speculating means buying a good not due to need, but purely in the hopes that the price will increase so that you can sell it at a later date for profit. With investors beginning to flood the tulip market, this began a positive feedback loop, driving prices up even more. As the price increased faster, not wanting to miss out on the opportunity, even more people started buying in. This caused the first recorded speculative bubble in history. And there are two important things to know about these types of bubbles. First, no one buying actually wants tulips. They just hope to make money. And secondly, this process is not sustainable, and eventually people stop buying, and the price crashes. Those left holding tulips lose everything as their value plummets back to normal. I want you to remember this process because the exact same thing is happening with video games right now. But the difference is that this current video game bubble isn't an accident. You see, if you know how speculative bubbles work, you can theoretically create them at will. All you would have to do is raise the perceived price of a good quick enough so that speculators see the trend and start entering the market. Then, you can just sit back and let the positive feedback loop do the work. Profiting from your artificially created bubble by buying games early and selling later is rather obvious. But there are actually smarter ways to make money, ways that incur far less risk. In the current video game market and the collectible market in general, there are two institutions that stand to gain the most from increasing prices. Those are grading companies and auction houses. A grading company is a business that inspects games, certifies them, and gives them a rating of quality. They are basically quality assurance. They allow buyers to know exactly what they are getting, which enables quick and easy transactions. In a bubble, people are flocking to get their games graded in the hopes of profiting from the increasing prices. But it's not just the extra business that helps grading companies, as they also take a percentage of the market value when grading a game. A game worth $10,000 might cost around $400 to have graded, but if that exact same game was valued at $1 million, it would cost over $20,000 to have graded. It's a pretty good deal. But the institution that really profits the most by far is auction houses. Take Heritage Auctions for example, which is where all of the current record-breaking video game sales are taking place. They charge a 20% buyer's premium on every sale. So if you buy a video game for $1 million, you need to pay the auction house $200,000 on top. And just for shits and giggles, they also take 5% from the seller as well. You can begin to see why grading companies and auction houses would really want prices to go up. It's in their interest. This is also why grading companies and auction houses should never be speculating on the price of goods or impacting markets directly. They have a huge conflict of interest. And whenever you see a grading company or an auction house talking about how valuable games are, you know it's because they want to drive prices up. Again, you will need to keep all of this in mind. I'm going to provide you with a ton of information, and I'm going to trust you to connect the dots. If you are really interested in learning what's going on, I suggest writing down details as we go, or watching sections more than once. Let's begin. The two institutions that you will become very familiar with are Wata Games, the video game grading company, and Heritage Auctions, the auction house. Wata Games was founded in 2017, but it didn't officially launch until April of 2018. Wata Games is the linchpin behind this entire bubble, and the certification that Wata provides is the justification for why they are sold at such high prices. Interestingly, Wata wasn't the first video game grading company to exist. In fact, the Video Game Authority, aka VGA, has been grading games since 2008. But the introduction of VGA didn't cause a bubble like the introduction of Wata Games did. And the reason is simple. VGA didn't manipulate the market or go out of their way to create a bubble. The same can't be said.
No, I didn't take any mouse.
The president and CEO of Wata Games is Dennis Kahn, and he is a key player. The other important company, Heritage Auctions, was founded in 1976 by Steve Ivey and Jim Halperin. Steve Ivey isn't very important to this story, but Jim, on the other hand, is critical. Heritage Auctions are in the business of selling rare collectibles and memorabilia. They sell coins, comics, art, anything you can collect that has value. And in 2019, they started selling video games. But not just any video games, only games that had been graded through Wata Games. The interesting thing about the relationship between Wata and Heritage is that it seems to have existed before Wata even began grading games. On the initial website of Wata, when it launched, it had a dealer spotlight section where it listed key relationships. One was Heritage Auctions, where it stated that Wata certified video games will be featured in Heritage online auctions. This doesn't make sense. The entire point of certification is to guarantee authenticity and quality, but a guarantee is worthless if you haven't established a history of accurate work. Why would Heritage Auctions, a prestigious auction house, agree to sell games from a company that hadn't graded a single game? Why would they trust a business that hadn't even done any business to begin with, when there was already an existing grading company that had been grading games for 10 years? The only explanation to me is that Heritage Auctions was involved in some way in the creation of Wata Games, and knew that it was on board with their mutual goals. And if you needed any further evidence of this pre-existing relationship, Jim Halperin, the founder of Heritage Auctions, was listed on the Wata website as an advisor. Another business that Wata had a relationship upon creation was Just Press Play, a distributor of used video games which was founded by Zach Geig. Just Press Play also announced that it would be selling Wata certified games. Now, in order to create a speculative bubble, you need a way to spread information very quickly. You need to draw in new eyes and make potential buyers aware that a market is building. The easiest way to achieve this by far is to create headline-worthy events that can disseminate through the media. In this case, it was the purchase of a Super Mario Bros. Cart for $100,000 in February of 2019. Before this sale, the previous most expensive video game ever sold went for $30,000, so this new sale was a pretty big deal, big enough to generate headlines. But the even more interesting thing is who bought this game. It was purchased by 3 men. The first was Jim Halperin, founder and chairman of Heritage Auctions. The second was Zach Geig, founder and owner of Just Press Play. The third was Richard Lecce, who has one of the largest video game collections on the planet. Heritage Auctions then issued a press release about the sale, Because of course, the purchase was never about collecting the game, it was about publicity. And if this wasn't obvious enough, Jim Halperin advertised in this press release that the game may end up in a future auction. Dennis Kahn, CEO of Wata Games, also chimed in, stating, quote, Wata certified video games have been selling for record prices ever since Heritage began auctioning them in January. While many video games sell regularly for 5 figures, breaking the 6-figure mark shows that the hobby's upward trajectory indicates no signs of slowing down. So what you have here is the chairman of the auction house buying a game for a record price and then creating a press release about his own purchase in which himself and the president of the grading company are stating that the value of games is going up. He then advertises that his own game will be going up for auction in the future through his own auction house. And his plan worked. The press immediately jumped on this, and many articles about the purchase were written. Kahn's tactic of pumping up the perceived value of games would be seen in every article. For example, in a Kotaku article, Kahn states, I've always said, video games are going to go the way of comics
John,
or
what's up?
cars or coins. It's only a matter of time until a video game sells for $1 million. In an Ars Technica article, both Kahn and Halperin
How's
were
it going,
again
my man?
pumping up the perceived value of games, with Halperin stating, there are bets on what will someday be the first $1 million game, and many collectors believe that this will be the one. It's so strange
There we
to
go.
me that news articles allow the owner of a game to advertise that its worth is 10 times
Hey-o.
what they paid for, and not a single eyebrow is raised. They did everything they could to raise awareness about the sale. They even took the cart onto Pawn Stars, claiming it was worth $1 million. This appearance was the perfect opportunity to establish Wata Games as the authority in grading, despite having only existed less than 1/10 of the time that VGA had. Pawn Stars even had Dennis Kahn come on, and again he pumped up the value, implying that it was worth at least 3 times what they paid. Remember what I said about grading companies. They shouldn't be manipulating the market and driving up prices. Dennis even faced backlash about this from intelligent collectors, who knew what he was up to. But of course, this didn't stop him. He went on Pawn Stars multiple times, valuing games at insane prices. I can give you dozens of examples, but the point is that there was a very large, very effective campaign to establish Wata as the authority on video games,
There we go.
despite having only been created. It was critical that Wata was seen as the be-all and end-all in video game grading, because then the words of its CEO, Dennis Kahn, would be more effective in increasing the value of games. Kahn would continue to abuse his authority as the head of Wata Games for the next few years, appearing in countless articles and interviews, and always pumping up the price. In fact, he's still doing it, even with the ridiculous price of $1.5 million that the recent Super Mario 64 went for in July. In a Verge article covering the record-breaking sale, Kahn states, I think that we are going to continue to see record-breaking sales. Again, this is purely to make people believe the price will continue to go up in order to fuel speculation. All of this press is driving up prices, but it's only one half of the equation. You also need people to actually buy games.
There we
But
go.
the people
Whew.
buying these
Ow.
games aren't who you'd expect.
Burnt my finger.
If you thought they were video game collectors hoping to complete their collection, you'd be wrong. Let's take a look at who is really buying up these games.
There we go.
Video game collecting has taken an interesting turn in the past few years.
Yeah.
Over the last decade or so, I've been a big fan
Ooh,
of
I
watching
love it when the
collectors'
plan comes
videos
together.
on YouTube, where they proudly show off what they've amassed. In my experience, genuine collectors love sharing their prized
Cool.
possessions, but that's not what we're seeing with these record-breaking sales. Nowadays, the buyers of these expensive games are hidden from the public. Identities are kept secret, and no one takes credit for anything. It's all really strange. Heritage auctions will never tell you who the buyers are, or even if money was actually exchanged. However, there are ways we can tell who bought some of the games, and this is where things get weird. Several weeks ago, I was investigating the relationship between Wata Games and Pawn Stars, given that the original appearance of Wata on that show was obvious collusion between the grading company, the auction house, and the show. In particular, I was researching the appearance of a Mike Tyson's Punch-Out that Dennis Kahn valued at $80,000. Through a Google search, I found something very interesting. It was a purchase agreement of the exact same cart. The owner of the cart, Brian, had sold it to a company for the exact same amount that Dennis had valued it at. The buyer was RSE Archive, LLC, which trades as Rally. Rally is a platform that allows investors to buy and sell equity shares in collectibles. To put it simply, people can buy a fraction of a video game, and if the price goes up, they can sell their slice to someone else in order to make a
There we go.
profit. It's essentially gambling on the price of collectibles, and it's as silly as it sounds. None of the people who buy equity in any of these collectibles actually own it. It's purely to try and make bets on the price and earn a quick buck. The purchase agreement I found for the Mike Tyson's Punch-Out was an SEC filing.
Okay.
Companies that hold these items and sell equity in them need to disclose their assets to the SEC, so we can track exactly what they buy and how much for. There are 3 fractional share companies that have sprung up in the past several years that are selling equity in video games: Mythic Markets, Otis, and Rally. Each of them was formed immediately
Yeah, I
following
need
the
to
launch of Wata Games. Through
that
their
up a
SEC
little.
filings, I can track their purchases. Rally bought a Super Mario Bros. For $140,000 in 2020. This was the same cart that would eventually be sold for $2 million just this month. From Heritage, they acquired this GoldenEye for $22,800, this Grand Theft Auto for $13,200, and this Donkey Kong for $38,400. Mythic Markets also bought this Metroid for $46,800. Otis also bought a Mike Tyson's Punch-Out for $130,000. From Heritage, they bought a Pokemon Yellow for $78,000, this Golf for $18,000, and many other private purchases. Aside from these fractional share companies, we can also see people buying games from Heritage and trying to flip them on eBay. For example, a Super Mario that was bought for $84,000 in September of 2020 is now sitting on eBay with an asking price of $1.5 million. I haven't heard of a single legitimate collector buying any of these expensive games. It's entirely speculation, purely for profit. But there have been attempts to fool the public into believing that actual collectors are buying these games. And one of the biggest cheerleaders for this fake narrative is Eric Nyman. In 2019, a slew of articles sprung up about a video game collecting dentist who bought $1 million worth of video games. The original article was posted by the Washington Post. But if you know the real story, this article is insane. It describes Eric Nyman as one of the world's most avid video game collectors. But in reality, he had only been collecting for several months. He began only in 2019 at the beginning of this bubble. There are many people who have been collecting games their entire lives, but this man comes along and he's instantly the most avid collector in the entire world. The article claims that he bought the games, but this is also not true. He wasn't even using his own money. The money was put up by a group of investors, not by Eric Nyman. The article becomes even more suspicious when Dennis Kahn again rears his head to hype up the market. Heritage Auctions also shows up advertising that the market is increasing. Eric makes his intentions clear by stating his opinion that video games should be selling for millions, which of course would benefit him greatly after his purchase. So why is the Washington Post and many other news outlets touting Eric, who only entered the video game market in 2019, as the forefront of collecting? Why is it falsely stating that he bought the games when it was actually an investment hedge fund? Why are Wata Games and Heritage Auctions always there to give their opinion on the market? It's because this is not news, it's propaganda. Eric Nyman is part of the small group of people at the very top, building this bubble in an attempt to make money. He is a talking head with one purpose: to trick people into believing the video games he owns are worth millions, which he will then sell. He can be seen alongside people like Dennis Kahn, always attempting to inflate the market. And this isn't a secret. He admits his intentions freely.
Of course, that same week I discover on Heritage Auctions vintage video games, which I never even knew existed. And then when it played through in my head, I'm like, oh my God, this is like so much better than cards for me. I mean, also it was a new and emerging market, like you guys are having with NFTs. It's that excitement of like, wow, if this even catches up a quarter of to where cards have gone, you know, we could see 100x returns just at the beginning, you know, because it was so new. But as a collectible investment, this was like everything that I saw on a Mike Trout card, but like to the max on steroids. And for me, it was a time machine. It was literally like, if you could like, I always said to myself, I would look at like Nat Turner's collection of cards on Instagram at that time, and I was like, wow, if only I could go back 10 years and just like hang out with him and just buy everything he was buying. And you know, it's that time machine that everyone has. You guys have with NFTs. It's always that if I could go back, I could be a billionaire, right? So I said, this is my moment that I'm going to go back in time, but it's going to be today, and I'm just going to just go for it. So we set up, we spent time, we set up an LLC, we made a business plan, and I went to like just neighbors of mine, family, friends, all like successful, wealthy people. We spoke about all the risks and the benefits up front. They knew it was speculative, and I'm like, listen, but they all said the same thing. They're like, you seem super passionate about it. If I lose 15 grand on you, it's not the end of the world. Give it a run. To show even on heritage auctions, eBay auctions, look, we already, what we spent appreciated 20 to 30%. This is working. I'm gonna get out there and I'm gonna help make the market. I'm gonna let people know about this.
So what I'm planning on doing
around something that I feel that is
for this part
severely
is I really want to
so
make
that's what I was
these
doing.
My point
movable.
is that it's not collectors that are buying any of these games. It's purely people with a lot of money trying to scam other people out of theirs by manufacturing a bubble that otherwise shouldn't exist. Propaganda isn't their only weapon either. It gets much worse. We will now enter the wonderful world of shill bidding. When it comes to auctions, there is only one thing that will consistently drive up the sale price of goods, and that one thing is competition. Obviously, if there is only one bidder, the price will never go up. You are not going to bid more if you already have the top bid, but if 2 or more people are duking it out, that's where the price can really shoot up. Shill bidding is the act of placing fake bids in the attempt to raise the price. Usually, this is done in collusion with the seller, because the seller wants to make more money for the item they are selling. So they will work with a third party, who will keep placing fake bids up to an agreed price.
Hello, Father Bleach. What is up?
And let the victim win the item. But it isn't just sellers that have motive for this kind of practice. The auction house itself has just as much to gain from inflated sale prices. If your auction house sells goods at higher prices than your competitors, people will want to sell their items through your auctions. And this is where we come back to heritage auctions. In 2008, a lawsuit was filed against heritage auctions for shill bidding. It was filed by Gary Hendershot, who was a former employee. The lawsuit alleged that Heritage used a shill bidder by the name of N.P. Gresham to drive up prices. This lawsuit was ultimately settled out of court, so you may or may not
thanks.
put
Yeah,
stock in it. But it is something to
I got tired of having to like scramble and find all my tools.
And if you remember,
of course, if I drop them, doesn't help. Yeah, I got tired of having to scramble around and find my tools. So
he originally claimed that
I quickly adapted one of my airsoft rigs just to hold my bear stuff I always use. So glue sticks in one pouch. This one could be whatever. I just have one of my what's it called? My cutters on this one, my precision cutters, box cutter, wire stripper, the lighter. Oh, this is getting low. I need to get a new one. Lighter, marking utensils, and then of course in the molly, you can just slide whatever you want. I can slide in my scissors real quick, calipers, no biggie.
Told me this.
Ruler, you could, but it slips out.
I'm from Comic Book Investments on YouTube.
But yeah,
my dad
pull it out. But that's not too much of an issue for me.
In the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, something stupid I whipped up in like 10 minutes before I started the stream. Just so I can keep track of all my stuff. And I cleaned my desk, as you can see here.
And they had a personal relationship for years. And then through the relationship, that's how he got a job working at Heritage. He was a comic.
So I'm trying to, right now, what I'm trying to make is this little doodad right here.
And during that time at Heritage,
where a blue wire goes into.
Conversations with Jim.
Oh, so let's we're gonna start wiring.
My dad told me, because I would talk about the video
decorative
games,
wiring,
like,
of course.
I can't believe the video game sold for so much. He was already gone by the time the video games have
okay.
reached where they are now.
Well, anyways, let me go make that little adapter. But yeah, thank you. I had fun making this little rig. It was just a little.
The market, and
why not type
of
deal.
Example, Jim is one of the biggest comic collectors in the world. He has one of the biggest collections in the world. Just huge. And what Jim does, and this is what my dad said, he would take a comic book, let's say he would take this book, right? He'd put it in his collection, and then like 3-4 years later, he'd throw it up on Heritage, and then he would manipulate the price by bidding it up. So say he bought the book for $3 grand forever ago. He throws in a Heritage auction, and then he'd bid it up to say like $5 grand, $6 grand, buy it from himself, basically, he bids it up, and then he sticks it away back in his collection. And then every couple years later, 3, 4, 5 years later, whatever it is, makes its way back into the Heritage auction, does it again. And what that does is it stimulates the market by pushing it up, propping it up higher than it is to show like, hey,
Indeed we
there's been a
do.
sale of this comic book or video
Sup,
game for this
Lungkoi?
price. So that means
Indeed
it
it
must be
is.
worth
We
that
are
much.
in it again.
And that's
Hopefully now,
that's kinda
since
like what
pretty
I'm
much all the
feeling with
major
video
wiring
games.
is done,
They're propping them
I
up
don't see any other wiring I need
super
to
high,
do.
higher
Now,
than they
hopefully,
should be to
I can get
create
down
a
to real
market,
business and
manipulate the market into thinking
start
that
finishing
these
up
video
this
games
darn
are
gun.
actually
Or
worth
gun,
this much
this
because
build.
they have sales
I mean, technically it
data
is a
to
gun.
prove it.
but-
If this is true, and everything I currently know about Jim Halperin leads me to believe it probably is, the tactic definitely works. When items are sold at higher prices, it raises the perceived value of every similar item. It's even more effective if you purchase items at record prices. Every time a video game sells higher than ever before, the internet is flooded with articles advertising your auction house. For over 2 years, all we ever heard about was all of the insane prices that games were going for on Heritage auctions. Naturally, this makes people want to sell their games through Heritage as opposed to anywhere else. But with all of the reports of shield bidding, reports of buying their own items, and the intense secrecy of purchases, we don't know if Heritage were involved in any of these record-breaking sales. This is why we also can't be sure of the recent $2 million purchase from Rally, as again, the ridiculous price, the secrecy, and the obvious motive make it very suspicious. Jim Halperin isn't the only major player that seems to be using his own platform to personally benefit. It's time to take a closer look at What Are Games, and how some of the key figures in that business are using their positions for their own gain. Shield bidding and buying your own items at inflated prices are pretty obvious ways to abuse your position at an auction house. But how could you take advantage of your own grading company? The first thing that comes to mind would be grading your own games. This presents a pretty clear conflict of interest, and even Wata admits this. In a New York Times article, Wata President Dennis Kahn goes on record to say that Wata employees are not allowed to have games graded by the company, or sell those that were. I'll say that again. Wata employees are not allowed to have games graded by the company, or sell those that were. This makes sense, and I applaud that rule if it's actually upheld. Now let's take a look at a transaction that occurred in 2019 between two gentlemen. The first is Dane Anderson. Dane is the founder of Nintendo Age, which hosted the largest community of retro video game collectors and enthusiasts on the internet. It also contained the most valuable database of information concerning retro games and what they were worth. If you wanted to know anything about collecting, this would be your first place to go. Dane was also well known for his video game collection, and he had one of the largest assortments of sealed Nintendo games on the planet. But in 2019, he sold his entire collection to a gentleman by the name of Jeff Meyer, who is the founder and CEO of GoCollect, which is a price guide for comic books. The purchase of Dane's collection by Jeff was a pretty big deal, one of the biggest in history. It was so noteworthy that What Are Games even gave the collection a special name. It was called the Carolina Collection, because both men hailed from Carolina. Jeff submitted the games to Wata, who graded them all, and as part of that grading, inserted the name of the collection they were a part of. And you can see this name on the label of the graded games. Jeff then immediately took the newly graded games and started flipping them through auction houses, most notably Heritage Auctions, where the first auction alone produced a total return of over $500,000. So why am I telling you this? Well, it's because Jeff Meyer is a director of What Are Games. You won't find this information publicly because they keep it a secret, but thankfully the company's SEC filings tell us everything we need to know. According to their own filings, Jeff Meyer is a director of the company. So what you have is the president of What Are Games saying that employees are not allowed to grade or sell graded games, but meanwhile, a director of the company is grading his entire collection. But not just grading it in a special, privileged way by naming it, therefore increasing the value, and immediately selling them through auction houses at insane prices for profit. If the games in this collection were graded just like any other game, there would be nothing illegal about this. However, considering the fact that they were graded in a unique and special way, there is a very good argument to be made here for fraud, especially given that Jeff's relationship with What Are Games was never disclosed to the public. But it gets even worse. Jeff Meyer also purchased Nintendo Age, which, as I mentioned, was the most valuable database for retro video games. Jeff immediately shut it down. He also purchased the website Game Value Now, which is a price guide for video game sales. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but on the surface, it appears as though Jeff is trying to own and control the flow of information about the value of video games, which only ends up being more suspicious given his ties to Wata Games. Again, another huge conflict of interest. Jeff has never publicly admitted to being a part of Wata Games, and the way he talks about his relationship with Wata makes it seem like that's intentional. For example, in a blog post he wrote himself about his upcoming video game price guide, Jeff states, "Thanks to the great relationships with the awesome folks at Wata Games." He is talking in the third person about a company that he is a director of. The cherry on top of all of this is that when Wata Games was incorporated in 2017, Dane Anderson was the executive officer. So this entire deal happened between two men that were or are directly involved with the company. Dennis Kahn obviously knows who the directors of his company are, so it really makes you think when he blogs about the Carolina collection on the Wata Games website, but fails to disclose that the purchaser of the collection is a director. And it forces you to think even harder when you realize that at the very same time he is telling the New York Times that employees cannot grade or sell Wata graded games. There is a good reason why grading your own games is a big conflict of interest, as the grade is extremely relevant when it comes to how much a game can be sold for. The higher the grade, the more valuable a game will be. There is no better example than the recent sale of Super Mario 64 for $1.5 million on Heritage Auctions. Its grade was a 9.8, with an A++ for the seal. It's essentially the highest grading a game could ever hope to achieve. On the same day, another Super Mario 64 was auctioned with an 8.5 rating that sold for only $31,000. That's an increase of 5,000% for a slightly higher grading. This raises another interesting question. How reliable are these ratings? If you are going to spend an extra $1.5 million for a high rating, you'd want to be pretty damn sure that the rating is accurate. Grading companies attempt to make their grading process as objective as possible, but the truth is that they are very subjective by nature. At the end of the day, the grading is given by a human based on their own perception of the game's quality, and history has shown that this perception can vary wildly from person to person. Grading companies have been known to give very different grades for the exact same item, and this has led to a practice called regrading. If someone receives a grade for an item that they believe is not high enough, they will simply take it out of the case and send it back.
You have a lot of people playing what I call the crackout game, meaning they get a comic book back and it comes back CGC 9.6. They think it should be a 9.8. So they crack that baby open and they keep sending it back to CGC, hoping that at some point that grader is either going to slip up or that grader is going to get that book and go, hey, you know what? This is a 9.8. They're going to slap 9.8 on it and they're going to send it back to that submitter, and that submitter is going to be very happy because in the overall marketplace for certain books, you go from a 9.6 to a 9.8, you just made a large chunk of money. The average collector, the average speculator, the average investor out there is overvaluing a lot of these items based on the grade, not realizing that in certain instances, the grade is arbitrary. It is an estimation. It is not an exact science.
But you don't even need to regrade games in order to see the blatant inconsistency on display with Wata graded games. Last month, a Tomb Raider for the Sega Saturn was sold for $12,000 through Heritage Auctions. It had a rating of 9.8 with an A+ for the seal, but it's immediately obvious that this grading makes no sense. The seal has multiple very large holes, which according to the grading system on Wata's own website is not allowed for A+ seals, which must contain no holes. The seal also has countless smaller holes, scratches, and stains. Quite frankly, it looks disgusting, and yet it gets an A+. I've seen seals with B grade that are better quality than this. My point is that video game grading is not a science, and the ratings given to games are not an exact representation of the game's quality, and yet the rating is touted as the sole justification for why people are spending an extra $1 million on some of these games. Now you understand why it is so important to establish Wata as the utmost authority on video games, because it makes their ratings all the more valuable.
And I got a
one
widget
final thing before we move on. If you knew you were about to create a bubble surrounding sealed video games, what would you do? Personally, I would start buying as many sealed video games as I could. This is Mark Haspel, one of the founders of Wata Games and the current chief advisor. He has been involved in the comic book collecting scene for decades, but was never active in video game collecting. But right around the time that Wata was formed, he suddenly started showing up at video game conventions, buying as many sealed games as he could. Not only that, but he would actively seek out and inquire about sealed NES games. More specifically, the popular ones such as Mario, Metroid, Mega Man, Castlevania, and Zelda. The kind of games we see being sold now for record prices. And remember, this was several years ago.
Oh
His taste
shoot, I
in video
forgot.
games
School
seems
starts
to align
tomorrow.
perfectly with the same
For some people,
games that
huh?
will bring the
It's
most
already
profit
almost
several
what?
years later.
August.
One
Yeah.
collector
Oh
stated,
wow.
Mark Haspel was buying
Dang,
sealed
that sucks,
six-packs from a
dude.
good friend of
I
mine
totally
the
forgot
year
about that.
before
Yeah.
Wata started grading games.
Man, time flies,
The
man.
NES punk also noticed
Yeah, I
Haspel
forgot.
collecting
Schools
games
usually
at
start
conventions.
between.
In June
Our school started
2019,
a
I was a guest
little
at a gaming
bit
convention. The weekend of the
after,
event,
I
noticed
think,
a small group of individuals who were hurriedly acquiring
in-
sealed
yeah,
and
near
complete
August,
box games
September.
from vendors.
Yeah.
At one point, I witnessed an individual who I later learned
I know
to be
because
Mark
usually
Haspel
whenever I go to
returning
PAX,
the Wata Expo
when I used to go to
while
school,
holding a
that
stack of
school would have
NES
started by
games.
then, or at
I
least
did
would
find it a
were
little
about to
strange,
start,
but was
so.
unaware of any affiliation that person may have had with Wata.
But yeah, good luck, man. School starts tomorrow. I feel it.
It's obviously not illegal for the founders of Wata Games to collect video games, and it's impossible to prove intent, but these examples just strengthen my opinion that they knew what was about to happen, and they were preparing for it. Now, before we get to the conclusion, I want to teach you about an event in history that might be relevant to what's happening right now. The great coin collecting bubble of the 80s. Believe it or not, this kind of crazy bubble surrounding a collectible has been seen before. Not to this extent, but still, this isn't a new thing. In the 80s, it wasn't video games, it was coins. PCGS is the world leader in coin grading, and on its website it tracks something called the PCGS 3000 Index. It's an index of the value of coins, similar to something like the Dow Jones. In the historical chart, you can see a massive spike occurring in the late 80s. After crashing, the price has still not recovered to levels seen 30 years ago, and this is without even considering inflation. So what caused this bubble? Well, according to an article posted on antiquesage.com, it was the development of slabbing and the introduction of third-party certification. Slabbing is where a grading company will take a coin, encase it in plastic, and give it a rating. Two grading companies were formed around this time, PCGS and NGC. The article goes on to state that the arrival of PCGS and NGC changed the industry nearly overnight. Now dealers, collectors, and investors could buy or sell slabbed coins sight unseen because they all trusted the grades given by the major grading services. If you're beginning to get a sense of deja vu, that's completely understandable. This is literally the exact same thing that's currently happening with video games. The fact that people could easily and confidently purchase graded coins.
You too. Have a good night, man. Talk to you shortly,
more
man.
and more.
If I stream tomorrow, well,
investors
definitely
began
know.
to take notice. And
Oh,
more
no.
importantly, even investment hedge funds got involved. Kidder, Peabody & Co., Merrill Lynch, and UBS
That's
all
hot.
created
Ow.
coin hedge funds where they took in money from investors to invest in coins. This expanded the bubble even further. But the thing about speculative bubbles is that they always burst. The price cannot go up forever, and at the slightest hint that the peak has been reached, everyone sells.
Okay, now I need to
ironic
start
thing you need
getting
to
them.
remember is that people who buy collectibles in order to make money never actually intend to collect or keep them. So when the price starts to drop, everyone attempts to liquidate their assets as quickly as possible in order to not lose money. The market becomes flooded, but because no one is buying, the price gets destroyed. In the end, it's the suckers that came in late that lose their money. The bursting of the 80s coin bubble was a big deal, and hedge funds were inundated with lawsuits from people who had lost their investments. Merrill Lynch ended up paying back over $20 million to their investors. The FTC even stepped in to investigate what happened. And this is where things get juicy.
Ouch.
In the Antiques Age article I referenced, it said that PCGS and NGC were the first third-party coin grading companies. But this is actually false. The first third-party coin grading company was NCI, Numismatic Certification Institute, which was founded in 1984. After an investigation, the FTC
So
ruled
for
that
tubing,
NCI
I'm using
listened to
Cat 6
customers
cable
about
with
the value
different
of
colored
coins. I want to
sheets,
read from an LA Times article written in
which basically look
1989,
like
and
what
I
you
want to
see on a Proton
appreciate
pack,
how
but for
amazingly
cheap.
relevant it is today, despite being
So,
32 years old.
We'll have to
The article
we shall
reads,
see.
By and large, it's
This
grading and
gamble
rarity
works.
that determine the value of a
Just
coin.
trying to find
Rarity is
piece of
easy
cardboard I
enough
can
to
use to make
establish.
the
Grading is often a matter of
textured
opinion. It's for
connector,
this reason that grading services
or
came
belief,
into being.
actually.
Their purpose is to give an impartial rating to a coin, which virtually establishes a particular price. But what happens if the grading service misrepresents the grade of a coin, thereby increasing its value? That's the situation described
Hey,
by
man,
Jim
that's
McAllister
fine by
of the
me. If you can
Washington
make it,
Post
make
in
it. Not,
regards to a
no
recent
biggie.
decision by the Federal Trade
Streams
Commission.
must go on.
The commission determined that overgrading
And the
coins
best part
was
is I
a
upload these to a
deceptive and
playlist
unfair
anyway,
act,
so if you're curious what
prohibited
happened,
by the
you can always just watch it, and
1914
then after
law
it's done
that
after the
created
fact.
the FTC.
So it's no biggie.
Charged with this practice were two Texas-based corporations, Heritage Capital Corp and Numismatic Certification
So it
Institute.
really is no
Also
biggie.
named in the action were
There you go.
Steve Ivy
Oh,
and
shoot,
James
shouldn't have
Halperin,
touched it. No.
prominent numismatic figures. A consent order was signed agreeing to establish a $1.2 million fund
Yeah,
for
it's
collectors
still hot, dang.
who purchased the
Okay, so
NCI
that's gonna have to
graded
wait then.
coins from Coin Galleries Incorporated of Miami. Heritage, Halperin. Those names sound familiar. Yes, it's Heritage Auctions and Jim Halperin. In the 80s, they were found guilty of illegally misleading customers about the value of coins and fined $1.2 million. From the 1989 FTC annual report, it states, Numismatic Certification Institute and its principals Steve Ivy and James Halperin agreed to settle charges that its representations and failures to disclose information misled customers to the value of coins certified by the company. An affiliate, Heritage Capital Corporation, also agreed to settle charges that it provided substantial assistance to a coin retailer certified by coin
Yes,
galleries, knowing that CRCG was misrepresenting the security and profit potential of its coins to investors. Under the settlement, defendants agreed to a permanent injunction, and Heritage and NCI agreed to contribute $1.2 million into a consumer redress plan for CRCG's customers. Another interesting thing about Jim is that in 1985, he wrote a book called How to Grade U.S. Coins, upon which the grading standards of the two leading third-party grading services PCGS and NGC were ultimately based. Again, these are the two grading companies that Antiques Age cited as the most important factors in the coin bubble. There is a very strong case to be made that Jim Halperin is the single most responsible person for the coin bubble of the 80s. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it kind of looks like he's doing exactly the same thing again 40 years later, but this time in video games. As I've said before, it's impossible to prove intent, but one thing you can certainly disprove is ignorance. Jim Halperin was extremely caught up in the 80s coin bubble and was so responsible that he was fined over $1 million. You don't forget something like that. He knows exactly how bubbles are formed. He's seen them before, which is why he would know exactly how to create them again. Remember, Jim Halperin bought the Super Mario Bros. Cart that sparked this entire game bubble. He is an advisor to Wata Games and, according to rumors, also an investor in the company. He is the founder of the auction house that these games have been selling on for record prices. It's too convenient that this one person is involved in every single piece of the puzzle when he has the kind of history that he has. This doesn't seem like a coincidence to me. The retro video game bubble cannot go on forever. At some point, it will burst. The question is when. There are a couple of scenarios that might make this happen sooner rather than later. The first is the release of population reports. In collecting, one of the things that drives up the price of an item is rarity. In every other realm of collecting, grading companies produce what are called population reports. These reports tell you exactly how many of any particular item have been graded by the company, along with their rating. So if I do a search for Action Comics #1 through CGC, a comic book grader, I can find out exactly how many are out there and at what rating. Population reports are standard practice because they allow people to judge the rarity of an item accurately and fairly before making purchases. But surprise, surprise, Wata Games keeps this information hidden from the public and refuses to let anyone know how many games of each type have been graded. So we really have no idea how many of each game are out there. When more games of the same kind become known, prices plummet. It has already started happening with some games. The best example is Spider-Man for the Atari 2600. In May of 2020, the first sealed Spider-Man was listed on Heritage Auctions. It was a 9.8 A++, the best rating you can get. It was mint condition, and it's such an old game that it's surely rare. It sold for $9,000, which in 2020 was actually still a decent amount of money to spend on a video game. But the funny thing about Spider-Man for the Atari 2600 is that it's not rare. It's not rare at all, even in mint condition. After this sale, Heritage was flooded with 9.8 A++ Spider-Mans. And when I say flooded, I really do mean flooded.
Okay.
With each sale, the price diminished. In April of 2021, a 9.8 A++ sold for $870. That's a decrease of over 90% in less than a single year. When people realize how common some of these games are, prices will be destroyed. And that's what What A Games and Heritage Auctions are afraid of. Legitimate collectors have been complaining for the past 2 years, but unfortunately, none of them have substantial audiences, and they are essentially powerless against the forces that are driving this bubble. If you want to help make a positive change, you can send What A Game some feedback by email, letting them know how appreciated it would be if they let us know how many graded games are out there. The release of population reports would be a good start, but What A Games and Heritage Auctions also need to stop manipulating the market with their propaganda. Journalists don't even bother asking real collectors what they think about what's happening. They simply get sound bites from Wata and Heritage and allow them to inflate the bubble with hype, despite the obvious conflict of interest. I asked a couple of lifetime collectors what they think should happen, and this is what they had to say.
Okay.
My name is Pat Contry. I'm a YouTuber, podcaster, but also a longtime video game collector since the late 90s. I've seen a lot of things in the game collecting world, but what's happening right now with the graded sealed games market is
unfortunately that's it.
Never
Just that one barbecue skewer.
And it's a shame that the video game collecting hobby that I've been a part of for decades, and many others, including sellers as well, people that have helped grow this hobby of ours with passion, with knowledge, doing research, putting in the time and effort. This is the end result. The unfortunate end result is that this hobby that we all love has been perverted. It's been twisted to the ends of a small group of people to line their pockets. These are rich people getting richer, and they've stepped on and stepped over all the video game collectors, all the people that have sold the games, run video game shops, all the people on forums researching this illustrious and beautiful past history of video games. They've all been used. We've all been used now for these select few individuals to get richer.
Are you cold? Are you finally cooled down?
It's probably too late, unfortunately. But in a perfect world, there should be full transparency and accountability when it comes to these video
oh my
games.
goodness.
We should know if someone who helps run the auction house is involved in the buying and selling of the games that are being auctioned. We should know if the people grading the games are buying and selling these games themselves. It's unethical if they are doing so, and we should know that so we can stamp out bad behavior.
Now, how can this be avoided? Well, it's quite simple. If WADA would release and update population reports for all these items that they're grading on a regular basis, this would not be a problem going forward, guys. This is a problem due to the fact that there's a lack of ethics and a lack of transparency in these markets. Collectors deserve better. You guys out there that want this to be a thing, rather than thinking from the standpoint that you're going to make money over the long term in this market, what you should be doing is demanding better from grading companies, from auction companies, from other players in the trade. You should be demanding ethics and transparency.
This bubble isn't just affecting sealed video games at the highest price points. The selling point of every single game has increased dramatically over the past 2 years, even for non-sealed games. Aspiring video game collectors who legitimately want to build their collections will get screwed, because the hobby will become too expensive to be viable. What's worse is that people are using the record sale prices in order to scam people. You can find cart-only Super Mario 64s for hundreds or even thousands of dollars on eBay when they are only worth $10. People with a lot of money and power have taken over collecting, and their thirst for money means we will all suffer. As someone who does care deeply about gaming, it honestly sickens me that these people have turned these cherished possessions into a means to gamble and speculate. And I hope this ridiculous practice of trying to extract profit from the suckers who buy the hype will end sooner rather than later. As a sign of appreciation, it would be amazing if you could go and subscribe to a couple of real collectors that helped me learn more about this. Go check out Pat the NES Punk and also Sean from Reserved Investments. These two gentlemen have been collecting for most of their lives, and we need more people like this who are not only passionate but are willing to tell the truth about what's happening. Also check out David Wilson's channel, as it really took some balls to be willing to let me know what he had heard. You can find the links to these channels in the description. Hopefully, you have learned something about how those in power can create speculative bubbles. Next time you see them trying to do it, make sure you call it out and let them know that we won't tolerate it. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
May have been given aside from the actual value of those items. So to me, this seems like this would be a situation where public knowledge of that financial connection between the parties would really affect the weight and credibility that they would give to the endorsements made in this press release. So similar to the Heritage Auctions press release, assuming that a court agrees with this analysis, the press release might actually give these individuals exposure to liability. Now, finally, what about the Pawn Stars episode? If there is an undisclosed financial connection between Wada Games and Pawn Stars.
Alrighty, let's try this one.
One program that I rely on.
Ooh, Iron Man and Mark 1 armor? What the heck?
One program that I rely on
of course.
for my business is Notion. Notion is an
Give me
amazing
that.
collaboration tool that helps you dream, plan.
Hello, everybody. Adam Savage here in my cave
Hi
with
there.
a one-day build.
You sure about that?
That is not a complete build. Today's one-day build is a piece of a project, and it is a deep cut. One of the very first show and tells I ever did on tested.com, which is now like almost a decade ago, was of an Iron Man suit that I had purchased on eBay and then done some modifications on, and it was specifically an Iron Man Mark 1 suit.
Okay.
This is still a suit that I'm working on. After that show and tell, that suit went into storage, and it has sat in storage for a long time. And I pulled it
Hello,
out.
EAI.
I was in storage
What's up?
organizing stuff, and I pulled it out, and I thought, this is a good-looking suit. This should be a thing. I want to get this puppy up and running. It's a lovely suit. I would like to wear it to a con. That's still a while away because I've never actually put this suit on. But here is the main chest piece of this suit. And okay, how do I walk you through this? I found it in storage about 3 months ago. I mean, found it. I always knew it was there, but like in storage, moving stuff around, I came upon the stack of boxes that held this guy. And I started thinking, I could start to work on that. That would be fun. It's slush cast in, I think, onyx or some similarly resilient urethane resin. It's really nicely done. It's not very canon. There's a lot of aspects to it in which the maker made efficiencies for casting, but very, very, very few humans would be able to discern just where it's not that canon. It's a great looking costume, and I will wear it to a con at some point. But before I do, well, it needs an arc reactor, and when I first bought this, like 10 years ago, arc reactors were an expensive bit of kit. There weren't many people making replicas of them. But now, well, you can buy one like this here on Amazon for about $39. We'll include a link in the comments. And this one even has some lighting effects. It actually changes its lighting over time. It goes through some dimming stuff. There's a whole board and a performance in that, which I dig. I dig that about you, Jerry. So I am going to be doing the arc reactor in the center of the Mark I's chest, along with the all of the commensurate dressing, etc. And then I am also going to be working on the back. And back here, and again, this isn't canon. Technically, this should be farther over here. There's a bunch of other stuff that's going on, but it is close enough for summer stock. So what I'm going to do, there's a magneto in here in the costume, and it turns. And I have a beautiful little 60 RPM motor here, which is just about perfect for me. It's super quiet gearhead motor. I'm going to build in a fake magneto and a little power system into this so that when you flip a couple of switches, the magneto goes on and the arc reactor goes on. And that will be today's one-day build. Kitting out the electronics and mechanical work for my Iron Man Mark I chest. Let's get started. Now, I've already done a little work on here. I replaced the cylinder here. I redid a bunch of wiring. I cut some stuff out. I put some stuff back in. I added this whole bottom section. I've actually permanently attached the shoulders, which is more accurate to the original costume. There's some stenciling on here to do, and I will get to that at some point. Maybe today, we'll see. But it's mostly about the magneto and the arc reactor. Yeah, it's going to be nice looking. The reason I want to make it a plug and play unit is because cosplay with mechanics and electronics is difficult. You're often working under tight time constraints, and there is a proclivity to glue and to make quick decisions to get stuff done, but those can have compounding effects when your electronics break down and everything's glued together. So I try with my cosplays to have as much modularity as possible. I'll tell you something I'm still looking for. Tiny little 2-connector. I found those recently. Sorry, I realized that was a desire and I recently found it. So I am going to try and make this magneto unit a completely self-contained press fit plug and play. We'll go in here. Yeah. And I'm just going to cut this out on my bandsaw. So what scraps should you save? Always save square scraps. I mean, I don't think anyone in their right mind would throw out a scrap like this, but this is exactly what one should save. And when you're done with the project, take some of the weird offcuts you have and square them off. You'll thank your future self will thank you. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah. That's
Ow!
great.
Broke my finger.
A note about press fits. If you can get a press fit, take the time to do it. It'll make your gluing so much better on balance.
God.
So, yeah, I'm going to glue this in just like this. And again, this is plastic styrene tubing.
Strands on me.
Acrylic. Those should mate nicely with some weld-on number 3. Just brush a little bit along the inside. Get a little bit of glue in there.
Oh.
This gray stuff, it's not cheap, but Plastruct makes it, I believe, and it is one of the go-to materials at Industrial Light and Magic. It's like it comes in like 1 million diameters, super useful. There's some of this in many of the Star Wars ships over the years. So now I have this. It's a press fit inside the magneto housing, and I want to mount this motor dead center. So I'm going to chuck this into the lathe and drill a hole that matches, well, that diameter, which is 0.47. 0.47. I think everybody intuitively understands that a drill bit peels away material there at its tip and carries away that material along the spiral flutes.
Okay, cool.
It's wonderful at doing that.
There it is.
But when you feed this into something like plastic, which can shatter, that front chisel point end can pick up material, and it can, if it's drilling through grippy material like acrylic or sometimes brass or other stuff, nylon, it can grab and pull itself through like a cork drilling through grippy material.
He said that with such conviction.
Acrylic or sometimes brass or other stuff, nylon. It can grab
He has
and
some experience.
pull itself through like a
Oof,
corkscrew right
poor dude
through
had something happen with that.
spiral flute. And if you've ever tried to drill thin acrylic with a big twist drill, you'll know what I mean. Everything goes to hell. It's a nightmare. Enter the step drill. This drill cuts also by scraping away material, but instead of ridding itself of that material by using spiral flutes, it scrapes away that material with each, see this, the leading edge of it, which is that top edge, it scrapes away the material. Very different than pulling itself into the material. So step drill with a maximum of 1/2 inch, perfect for mounting my motor relatively close to center. And we feed it in. And already it's made a nice little hole. Now we're just going to widen that out.
Oh, of course.
And I think if you look up there nice and close, you will see, come on, there you go. It's a really nice looking hole. Way better than you could get with a twist drill. Now that
Sup,
sits there
long
nice
boy?
and center. Yeah, see that? That's great. Now what I
So
want
not
to
much,
do
just
is mark out these
trying to make this
holes.
little doodad right here.
I want to mark out, there's
go.
6 of them. I don't need all 6 of those holes. Really, I only need 3 of them. Now, I marked all 6 holes. I might be more exacting about this if the mechanical operation was super mission critical, but I think I have some adjustability here, so I wasn't being super precious about it. I'll hand drill these with a step drill, and I'm looking for some movability here, so I didn't worry too much about it. All I need is 3 of these, so if all 6 don't line up, no problem. I just need 3 to work.
Okay, got that part
The
done.
reason I'm moving around here like this, moving around this circular pattern, is so that the acrylic doesn't get too hot. That's the other thing that can help it crack. I'm just methodically moving my way. Ah, there we go. If you want to use a cooling fluid for this operation, you totally can. In fact, a great cooling fluid for acrylic is water, of all things. Right. Let's see how we do. 5 are pretty good. I can see that I've got 4 are dead on the money. 1 is okay, and 1 is total disaster. That's fine. I didn't need them all. Let's do some countersinking. For acrylic, I really like this sorry, this countersink bit with the 3 flutes on it because it's sort of self-balancing.
Ah,
with,
that's nice.
With the one, this is the other
All right.
common kind of countersink bit with a single
Put
scraping
one
edge
more
as
layer
opposed
on
to
it,
3.
just
And
for
this
the
tends
sake
not to
of
find its own center as well
completion.
in plastic. That's my experience. Your results may vary. Ah, right. Now, yep, I am good. Yeah.
Spread the glue out. Spread the glue out. Come on, come on. Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Hey, that worked great. I drilled 6 holes, only 2 lined up enough to get screws into them, but for this application, totally fine. Again, like I said, I would have taken more care if the results were more mission critical, but given how much adjustability I have in this and how light the load on this motor will be, I'm not worried. I'm not worried, no. This chunk of cast urethane, which I poured into a piece of PVC pipe, will serve as the center spindle on
There we
this
go.
Magneto.
There we go. That piece done and done. Cool. First thing is first, though.
1.5. Freaking exactly to within 4 thou. I want this to take us down to 1.125. So that is, I want to take it in 0.375. This little nubbin on here is simply so that I can hold on to it.
Okay.
You will see what I'm talking about.
My nose. So I need to make something that looks like that. Okay, that's not too bad.
To the bandsaw. Here's what I meant when I said I was going to hold on to this with these collets. This is a 5C collet, so I just forgot what kind this is for a second. And I have this, which is a lovely thing. If you have a mill, you should get one of these. This is a 5C collet holder, and I can take any of my 5C collets, which are made for holding on to sensitive material in the lathe, and I can put it into this block, put a tightening nut on the back, and then I can hold on to this guy, tighten it down, and because I've got a hexagonal block here, I can use this instead of a rotary table to cut 6 perfect sides on this circle. Yeah, it's a way faster if you need to do a hexagon, and they also make a square one. I've yet to find an octagonal one, but these 5C collet blocks are a fantastic addition to the milling setup because they allow for a quick thing like this to work quite nicely. So I'm going to chuck this in the lathe, and I'm going to cut 6 surfaces at that line, and that should give me the Magneto center frame that I'm looking for. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That ain't going nowhere now. And I'm not in danger of running into the collet block. I've got a nice stop on that side of the mill vise, so. have it. A beautiful hexagon cut. Now, a note. This, I think careful eyes could see that my resin is a little bit Swiss cheesy. That's because this is old Instacast, and if you don't buy one of those casting material savers that sprays nitrogen in before you close up the, how do I say this? Okay. The reason this looks like Swiss cheese is because it's old Instacast. Instacast is a type of 1-to-1 urethane two-part casting material that makes a plastic that what everything in the movie industry is cast out of. And it is hygroscopic. It wants to absorb water. And when it is old, it tends to absorb, it absorbs water every time you open it. You crack open Instacast and it wants to draw moisture out of the atmosphere. So you want to crack it, pour it, mix it, and reseal it. And they actually make a product, which is a nitrogen spray. You can spray inside to replace the oxygen that's sitting in that bottle. So you spray a little nitrogen, and then you cap it, and now you know that there's no moisture or regular breathable air in that container. That's how you extend the life of your casting materials. Sometimes, though, when you're working with Instacast, like quick and dirty, you're just burning through it, and I have this old kit. And so I was using the last of it, and sure enough, it's got some water already in it, and it's got that little Swiss cheesy aspect to it. But it doesn't bother me because this is Iron Man. This is Mark I. This is like parts pulled out of the desert floor from crashed stuff. So I'll be able to manage that aesthetically without any difficulty. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to add a tightening screw that will allow me to tighten this against the motor.
Oh gosh,
the motor
this
has
is
a
it.
flat milled on its shaft, so I'm going to do probably a 1024. You want coarse threads with soft material, so 24 threads per inch is better than 32 threads per inch. I also am going to be putting a hole in the center of each of these faces to receive the magneto wound part that we'll make in a few minutes. All right, that is my center. There is the 1024 tap drill, number 26. I am going to actually use a drill check for this.
There we go.
There we go. That's my tap drill for. That's my tap drill.
There we go.
Tightening against the shaft
Ooh.
of the motor there. Now I'm going to drill a center hole.
Yeah.
For the magneto pieces.
That's not
Since I'm
good.
going to screw those in using 1/4-20 bolts.
Let me screw.
I am going to use a number 7 drill. A number 7 drill being the tap drill for a 1/4-20 tap. All right. Now I'm going to do a little bit of face detailing on this, and we're going to then tap it. The last bit of detailing I'm going to do is I'm going to be adding a small tap screw on all 6 sides on the face, because I can see that in one of the reference photos. If this was a mechanical mission thing, I would be more exacting about the placement of this, but I can just line up this corner with the edge of the vise, and I'm within 10 thou, and that's plenty for the aesthetics of this thing. So now I'm just going to put a 632 hole in there.
Nope, it's not there. Where'd it go? And I saw a whole bunch of them.
There we go.
Where'd you go?
6 holes in the face.
I know
6
you're here
holes
somewhere.
In the perimeter, and 1 for tightening this down. That's a 1024. These are 1/4-20s. That's 632.
This could probably work.
So I've got here a 632 tap, and I'm going to do these 6 holes from the top. And oh, right, I'm going to use a little bit of oil on these. Yeah, I might be concerned about the oil from my tapping affecting the paint job of this later, but because it's all rusted and it's Iron Man Mark 1, I really don't have to worry about paint job inconsistencies. In fact, they're to be welcomed.
There we go. Just an idea of
I'm just gonna bury some shorty 632s
Yeah,
in there and
not the best, but
put
hey,
oil every couple holes.
beggars can't be choosers right now. So I need to make sure it's the opposite.
Overheating. Okay. So all the holes should be tapped.
So I need a small cardboard with a lot of those
Now,
tributes on it.
start to work out what size
Oh, hold on. I think I know
magnetos are
one.
inside here. We have these nice 1/4-20 round heads.
Oh, I need
button
that.
heads.
Here.
And yeah, I think those will be fine.
Just little foldy boys.
1 inch, and this would be 3/4 of an inch, and there'd be a countersunk hole in the top.
Yeah.
And this distance would be 1.
It's gonna be tough to get out,
This distance.
but I think I can do it.
0.3. So I think that's about right. Okay, so I need to make 6 things here, and then I'll route that size. Let's see what I got. All right, I've got this piece of cast urethane, which is also was poured into a PVC pipe, and I'm going to turn this into the 6 wound coils on each of the sides of my hexagon. Live center in the back there. Now I want to.
Oh wait, keep that. Actually, my coming
outside diameter.
Yeah.
1.57, which is 570 thousandths over 1 inch. So.
Oh, what's up, Glenn? What is up? What is up, Glenn? How's it going? Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Now I've got 6 spools just like that, and they look great. I'm gonna put them on my hex. Put that going, and I'll
There
get
we go.
2 opposites going, and then we'll make sure that they actually.
Oh wait, we should probably do that better.
Oh, this is looking great. And now the question is, does it clear? Oh, just barely does not clear. All right, so I need to soften the edges of all of those. I'm going to chamfer them all. Okay, I'm sorry I did this off camera, but I was kind of annoyed that I was so close and yet so far. So I needed a little extra space, and rather than
There you go.
shorten these, I actually stepped in here so that I'll still have the same size face, but I get this little extra edge detail there. So I milled down those 6 sides, and no, that's basically what. Oh, and I chamfered the edges of all these spools. So we're just going to do a final fit check, and if this works, which
I think it
Well, if
should
does,
go
then we move on
kind
to
of
the
like
next step.
that.
Okay. There we go. And hey, it spins freely in there.
Cool.
Okay.
Before I get carried away, let me go make that little
It
ladder
wasn't necessarily
assembly
a
thingy.
super trivial decision for me to make to not go canon on this. I
How
considered
wide is
tearing
this
apart
thing?
the whole backside of this
Oh wow,
guy
that's
and
pretty wide. Okay.
reworking it. But the
Right,
fact is,
alright. Yeah.
it's not what you're expecting as the viewer. You know, it sells the overall effect really well. This jumble of mechanics and the fact that, you know, the magneto's maybe not exactly on the right side or the belt path isn't identical. That's fine.
Perfect. That's what I need right here.
Back there. This is a lovely piece. So we're going to, I'm going to remove it from this, and then I'm going to start to, I'm going to give it a basic coat of some black textured paint, and then I'm going to wind these with some copper wire and glue them in place, and then do some final weathering. All right, operational test. Let's see how we do here. 12 volts, which is the voltage of this motor. That is great. It's great looking. So let's get it going on the. I'm excited about this. Hey! Look at that! That is the perfect speed. I'm so happy with this. It's not too fast, you can't see it, but it's fast enough that it looks like it's actually doing something.
Oh.
And it's all press fit. I mean, obviously I did a bunch of gluing and screwing, but it's just press fit right in there, which makes it very easy to service and take care of. Awesome. Let's, I think it's time to paint it. Yeah. I have painted the little spools, and I'm now going to wire some magneto wire around them for the awesome look. I'm going to assembly line this just a little bit for each one.
Oh, so it's right before it's gonna hit the cycle. Oh, sorry about there.
Yeah. Okay. So I got that, and I'm going to drill a little hole for the wire. And then I'm going to chuck it into the drill. This is not quite as super fast as I was hoping, but it will do. And you know what? I need a second drill. Because, yeah, I'm going to want to hold that right there. Indeed, but I think that looks pretty canon. I'm happy with how that looks. Let's snip it.
So there's exactly.
Excellent. I've got it sunk into two holes, top and bottom. And now I'm going to glue this.
4 pieces.
And this is going to be the camera side, so I don't have to worry about being nice about the gluing even. I can just make it.
I know it's kind of cheating, but I kind of want to use these nylon nuts I found to make I was assembling a drone for my dad.
Is in.
I really want to use these acrylic nuts, and I'm going to use them. Does that sort of invalidate this whole build? Yeah, but I feel like just having them on there sort of suits the whole entire look of it. Actually, let's go for a longer post. Yeah. I can always buy more of these anyways, so it's no biggie. Oh! Ooh! That's even better! It ends in a hex, not a screw head. So, what I can do... Hey! Give me these nuts, boy. Give me your nuts.
There's all sorts of shortcuts I'm taking here. I am not letting my paint dry fully because, again.
First, I
it's
just
not
need to see
yet
how much
beaten up.
how much friction these things
I'm not
have.
worrying too much about that because aesthetically I don't have to. But now I think I can. Oh right, I want to do a little bit of.
It's not too bad.
Rubbing buff there.
Wow, let's work with this. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna have to sit down because my legs are hurting.
Nice and dirty right off the bat. So we can start to do some assembly.
Ah, balls. Come on, come on. There you go.
Great. One last one. And then this part of the magneto almost finished.
6. Okay. You're 6-sided.
Go. Oh yeah. Right. I've got. Where is that?
Maybe I should cheat a little. Use these posts.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to hit those guys there. I'm super happy with that for a couple of hours of work. I've got some nice tools, but yeah, that was quick. So now it's time to install and dress around it. Oh, right.
Oh, right, right.
Some wire leads off of this. Back. Wonderful. Now I can connect those in through here.
Okay, so it literally just barely.
Yeah, it's looking great.
Touches the edge of this thing. So that means I need to get it like right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Beauty. Okay, so now I need to make a cage that goes over this, and I'm going to do that out of Sintra.
There we go. There we go. Yep, there we go. So what if I can? Four. So let's see here. So assuming we're gonna give some space for the nuts to do their thing. Oh. Let's say we give that its own thing here.
All right. Magneto is spinning beautifully. I'm really happy with how it looks.
Looks a little
It's
thicker on
just
that
great.
side.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I've got the little housing for it, which is just a piece of styrene bent on 3 corners. A little bit of pipe that I cut down and glued in there with crazy glue, and some detailing with a little bit of, what do you call it? Come on, I can know the word. Oh, right, I forgot a thing. At any rate, we got this going, and I'm very pleased with how it's going. And here is a nice center bearing to look all official like. And I am going to put this on here. It's going to actually, I wish I'd given myself a little more meat to grab.
Yeah, buddy.
Great, that worked. So this one. I don't know how to do the last one because I can't get up under. Oh wait, no, I can.
What am I
Look
doing?
at that. Nope, I can't. So I'm gonna glue that one because it just Doesn't matter. Yeah. Look at that. Let's get a tiny bit of detailing on there. A little more rub and buff. And yeah, look at that. Nice. All of a sudden, it's like we got an actual thing. Good. Okay. Woo! That is the back. Time to move on to the... Okay.
Looks off. What?
The front. That's great. But the front is a more complicated... Ah! Hi. The front is more complicated. So let's start working on the front. What's going on with you? Okay, clearly I need to take this thing apart and inspect why it's not powering up. And that's just going to be a little bit of back and forth. All right, I think I've worked it out. It's a peculiar thing, but it seems that it's got a motion sensor in it. And I don't like not being able to rely on this, but I'll make it removable so I can fix it. I've got a nice rendering of the Mark I that I found, and it's pretty good. I think this is what I'm going to use as the framework for the light, and I'm actually probably going to, yeah, you know what? I may end up putting a backing behind it. Yeah, I think that's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a plate back here, and then I'm going to dress that plate and bring it up to this, right? So here is the open space. And to be clear, no, that's not that one. This is that one. To be clear, the original maker had this piece sitting in here as part of, they had this in here for the thing. And it's okay, but I don't think it's as accurate as I want it to be. So I may end up cutting this up. Come on. I may end up cutting this up and utilizing part of it, but I'm gonna make a new ring out of this thing. So I think the first step is a piece of aluminum and a way of attaching it in here. Yeah. Okay. The Iron Man Mark I is actually, the arc reactor is protected behind a big thick piece of glass in the Mark I. So I am going to utilize this piece of what looks like 3/8 inch Plex acrylic as my window. I think that'll help make it look awesome. And I'm heating up a piece of foam the back here, the backing plate is gonna be a piece of foam PVC, otherwise known as Sintra, and in some countries it's known as Sinex. A very workable material. And as a YouTuber, can build almost anything out of it. Very, very versatile, wonderful model making material, very lightweight, easy to heat form. So I've got it in my lab oven, heating up to 200 degrees. And I'm just gonna put it on a slight curve back here, and then I'm gonna start attaching all of this detailing to it. And that's kind of roughly what I'm following. Gonna be some blocks of Wren shape. Then we're gonna get it all painted and dirtied up. And yeah, it's only 3:30. I got like 2.5 more hours for this. Yeah, I don't have any secrets about how to get the paper off of old acrylic. I wish I did. That's all it requires. Okay, so that is. I know, I cut this out off camera. I apologize. Here's what I did. I put this down on the acrylic and drew a pencil line using my mechanical SharpWriter #2 here. And I drew a very fine line around the perimeter. Then on the bandsaw, I cut it out about a 16th inch outside that line, and I sanded it into that line using my disc sander. Hell's bells, you could probably just use a laser cutter. And I've got one, but this seems to me faster. Let's see here. That's what I like. Home sanded interference fits. Yeah, man. This is, I don't have to worry about glue or anything. All right, I've taken my Sintra out of my oven and I'm just trying to give it a gentle curve here. Again, I'm not trying to be too extreme about it. Just this way. Whew. So, having a snack while I continue to heat up more of my Sintra to attempt to get to this business. I really am curious if anybody out there has another one of these, because the guys that put this together, I feel like it was more than one dude.
Get.
Because I paid like $1,200, I think, for this full costume. I don't think it was much more than that, and it was a while back. It was like 2007 or something like that. Yeah, it was a while ago. But the way, like, whoever put this together, I'm really fascinated by what they did. Because making molds this big is non-trivial. It's a big deal. Making them work, you know, they did certain efficiencies, like both shoulders are the same, except one side of one shoulder looks like the right shoulder, and the other side of the same shoulder looks like the left shoulder. So when you swap them out, you get shoulders that kind of approximate, and the forearms work like that, and the legs as well.
There we go.
They're bilaterally symmetrical, but there are some differences, and I've been slowly kind of adjusting little bits of this costume.
There we go.
I got it.
It's like hard.
It's just a little bit
half
at
of
a
the
time.
trouble is just measuring this. Yeah, let me switch
And
over
it's a really
to
nicely done kit. I mean, it's not that it's a kit; it came mostly painted. I repainted all of it, but like the guys that put it together, they put in a lot of effort. I'm curious if they made some dough. I hope they did. I hope they made some money with their venture. All right.
Okay.
All right, bending again.
So it's kind of slightly slanted like this. Oh, I should have. Crap! I should have cut the parts out first. We're doing that. Whoops. Oh well. I never think twice about my actions. But hopefully, if it's properly done.
Easier to take bend out than it is to put it in. Wow, my hair looks so flock of seagulls. And I ran so far away.
All right, let's just make this little bridge piece real quick.
Ran both night and day. So it does seem to be tap activated, and it goes through three different. I know, I probably should have read the manual. I actually think I got that in the garbage. Okay, so how do you want to look? So let's trace this, and then I can do some cutting. Oh, yeah. I want a bunch down there, so I don't think I'm going to cut anything from there, but I'm right about like there. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. There's plenty of room for me still in there. Let's make those two cuts on the bandsaw. While you listen. Go ahead, Gunther. Put up your subtitle. now all I need to do, yeah. So it's time to do some hole cutting out of here. How to cut out that hole. Here's a scary way to do it. I wonder if I really want to try that. I actually might. Hold on. I'm going to go with the light drill so I don't have too much torque. Yeah. I'm taking a very light touch on this. And this gigantic steel bit with the carbide inserts. This is like, I wasn't meant to cut foam PVC. You are wasting my talents. Yeah, my machines yell at me, and that's what they say. Right. That should be, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Wow, it's also sound activated. I guess it maybe plays to music. Weird. This is great because, come on. Don't you want to go home? That's your home. Yes, I am quoting Happy Gilmore. Okay. There, like that. Yeah! Yo! Wow. It's gonna, all right. So,
Okay.
that's awesome. That's fabulous. I'll figure out how to attach that in there later. But now it's time. Now it's time to do some of the detail. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, 1,
Yeah, that'll do it.
2, 3, 4. So this is this big chunk that goes. Actually, I think it's even a little bit closer than that. And then there's this. Yeah, so it's about a ½ inch wide. And that's one piece. Okay. And then there's the secondary piece that comes off of that. And it goes. It's so hard to see in the photos.
I love a
Yeah,
freshly new
there's-
blade, I swear. It just glides through the cardboard like butter.
To see, right. So
Hot
there's
knife
wiring
through
up
butter.
there and some other stuff. And I've got some.
Ooh.
Great. Okay. So now I need some wrenching. Yeah. I'm actually going to use MDF. Yes. A very, very versatile modeling material. This is a type of MDF called Trupan. I believe it's spelled justly. Trupan. And from what I remember being told, this is made of sustainable young growth wood. It is a fiber, like an MDF, but it's like an LDF. It's a light density fiberboard rather than a medium density fiberboard. So as you can see, it's not nearly that like kryptonite density of real MDF, which I can't stand. And it's really noxious stuff. It's got a formaldehyde binder. People get allergic to it. It's awful. But this is actually, could be great. This could be awesome. So let's see here. Come on. Yeah, there we go. That's a reasonable one. I need a compass is what I need. And I need to find center of this circle. How am I going to find center of this circle? Well, I'm going to use a little compass trick here.
There you go.
Which is, I'm going to choose a random length for my compass. And I draw 2 semicircles, both times with the point on the perimeter of the circle. And when I do that, it creates 2 points, that one, and those 2 points go through the center. So I only need to do that like twice. And it really doesn't matter how far apart you space these. If the point of your compass is on the perimeter, the line that it draws goes through center. So grab a straight edge here. That's through center. And so is that. Now I can draw some more circles. No more of my John Donne compass quoting. Oh, I'm not quite perfectly in the center, but I'll follow my pencil lines instead of the... Okay, so if that's going to be a 1/2 inch wide, I'm going to go for... Okay, I'm going to cut that out. Then there's the secondary piece, which starts there.
That's so cool. And then just a slight edge on these ones.
That one.
Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam. Bam.
Okay, so then...
It's actually curved on the actual... Oh, no, no, no. There we go.
I'm going to cut out... That's one of the cutouts. And then the other cutout is this one. That. And then I'm going to just make these little bumps. And I'm hand drawing them because I can. All right, I'm going to do some bandsaw cutting of this, and I'll include you in that process.
There we go. I think there's another one I should probably glue together with it, just so I can stiffen it out a little. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Nope, that's not the one. Where'd it go?
So we are left over with a round piece of MDF. Save this. Save this. This is a sacred scrap. This is an important chunk. You will be happy about this chunk later on in your life. All right. I've got the little piece up top. I like that. It's nice. I've got the under piece right here. And I've got that piece there. I'm going to do some shaping on these guys. But that'll be enough for me to actually start to glue those down and start to add more details.
Cool.
All right. I have my chest piece. I know, it doesn't look like much. I get that. I get that it doesn't look like much, but this should be exactly the kind of aestheticizing that I want for the interior of this. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me get it closer so you can see it. There we go. So I am going to paint this whole thing black. Then I'm going to hit it with some rub and buff. And then I'm going to add some wiring, and I have some extra pieces of wiring and tubing here, and we're almost done. I'm just going to hit this with some black spray paint. So I'll be back, and it'll be in color. Sorry, it'll be a color. The color will be black. Now I'm going to look through some parts to see about adding a couple little doohickeys to kind of make it look a little interesting.
This is the second layer, so I don't really
I'm gonna do the rub and buff.
mind too much.
The rubbing and the buffing. So this, I don't know if I should use this. I feel like this is a piece of Star Wars stuff, but maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, I can keep that. That's good. So let's get that in. can also take off some of that. The benefits of using aluminum is that nothing ages better than aluminum. Hit it with some black paint. See that? Yeah! Yeah! Okay, so apparently when I yell, it also...
Alrighty.
I'm gonna make a couple of cuts on the bandsaw. You'll see what I'm thinking. Oh, hey! Ha! Everything failed. Again, not a huge deal because it's all just weathering. This stuff is just light enough. It's there. It's there.
There you go. That's what I wanted. Something to keep it kind of, yeah, there we go.
This is removable, but I'm not planning on removing it anytime soon. I am merely holding on to it.
Kind of like that, yeah.
There we go. There she blows. Yeah. Yeah. That is an arc reactor. I dig it. I may do some light fogging out at the edges of this. That's definitely for sure. But now it's incumbent on me to rub and to buff. So here we go. We have our basic form factor. We're gonna get some.
Oh man, oh shut up. Oh, there it is.
Some color on this equation. Great. Yeah. Instantly, it looks a lot better. I have some of this, which is this really nice flexible hose, and I really dig it, so I'm going to use some of it.
There you go.
That looks good. Yeah, okay, so now I need some wire.
Yeah, so you need to like that lower. Or get rid of some of that.
So now I want to fit my newly created fascia piece, and I want to fit it in right here, just like that. Yeah. I'm going to end up socking this in with glue, but first I need to do a little hot glue just to hold it in place. I know, it's really messy in here, and I will take care of that in a minute. I like hot glue for operations like this. It's not permanent, but it holds it in orientation so I can understand it. All right, I'm gonna let that set and we'll take a look at it in a few minutes. Okay, now I have installed a little voltage step-down transformer so that I can feed 12 volts into this suit, and the arc reactor gets the 5 volts it needs. So this is a 12 volt to 5 volt step-down, and I'm about to actually connect it up.
Okay, here we go. We're going back now, boys.
Now I have 2 leads coming from this, and they both want 12 volts. So I'm gonna trim them here. and strip them. I cut my thumb, and it's not a bad cut, but it's bleeding a lot and it won't stop. I know I could stop, but I don't want to, so I'm not.
Oh, no.
So there's that. There. I'm actually going to make that longer. Okay. I guess I could just put this on, right? I mean, that's really what we're... Yeah, it's time for me to put it on. I keep doing these one-day builds where I forget to do the thing that's the purpose of the build in the first place at the end. Example, I made the bullets for my Samaritan gun without putting the bullets in the gun at the end of the video, which everyone wanted to see. I'm really sorry about that. So I recognize I'm making an Iron Man costume. I should be putting it on so we can see it. And that's what I'm going to do. So here we go. Right? Yeah, you got to have this. This is part of the look. And this is one of my actual welding jackets. So I consider it muy authentico. Okay. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. That smell.
Yeah. Okay, so
now
here's the other lead. There it is.
Run it into here.
Okay. Here's my two leads. Twist them together. And 11, 12. So now I should have the... There we go! Ooh. Hey! I gotta stop the sound activation. The con's gonna make it go crazy. All right, no, but you want to see the other side too. Wait, how do you get to see that? Wait. Oh. I can't spin around. Okay, hang on. I am really happy with how this part of my Iron Man Mark 1 looks. I like the feel of this stuff.
Buddy.
The wiring.
Okay.
The arc reactor, it's got depth to it. Ooh.
Where is...
Oh, okay. So
oh, crap. Where's the...
Here's what we're going to do.
Oh.
I want to show you the back. So I am going to show you the back.
Oh, no.
That's doing this thing, right? Yeah.
Really?
Spin this around. Yeah!
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
Oh, my gosh.
Just a little bit of extra cosplay goodness.
Okay, there we
for
go.
my Iron Man Mark 1.
And then there's this.
I think there'll be more
bridge
builds
piece
on
right
this
here.
Mark 1 as we proceed with what? As we proceed with time. I do believe, I love this suit. I have not yet worn it at a con, and it will be time soon. I have to add in these little connectors here. I've got some forearm stuff to do
Yeah,
with some
there we go.
flamethrower effects. And yeah, I'm having a pretty good time. My
that'll
Iron
do
Man
it.
suit is coming along. Thank you guys for joining me for this quickie one-day build. Yeah, I think that's everything. I will see you next time. Cheers.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I
I'm
forget.
done, but I'm not done. I had so much fun working on my Iron Man Mark 1 chest piece, and I broke out all the other pieces. And here's the thing. This suit is bulky as heck. It takes up like 4 containers, and it has always sat in a kind of a mound in storage or here at the cave. And in order, it's like if I'm going to progress with this piece, I'm going to need to see how the pieces relate to each other. And I can't just keep putting them on because I have to look in a mirror,
Yeah?
etc. I need to build a stand.
A little bit, yeah.
That's the next thing that's going to happen.
Oh, okay.
But I'm
Night, love
going to
you.
build this stand using a technology that just happens to be here. But this is effectively an armor stand. The same kind of stand I built for the suit of armor I built with Terry English, in which he instructed me in many of the ways of armor making. I'm going to be building a kind of an adjustable armor stand for my Iron Man Mark 1. And I'm going to use... Those of you out there who have kids, you know that, when your kid expresses an interest in something, you want to put it in front of them. You want to create the intersections that will yield passion and interest and thus knowledge and facility and a point of view. That's your job as a parent. And my kids are both accomplished musicians, and Thing One specifically started out as a drummer and a bassist. He's now a guitarist mainly, but still can play the drums. Anyway, this right here is pieces of his old Yamaha electronic drum set, which is long gone, but the stand itself, those are all a bunch of adjustable angles for a fairly beefy set of aluminum rods. And I've got some of the aluminum and I've got some of the pieces. So I'm going to build an armor stand using my kid's old drum set. Boom. First things first is to make a rolling platform. So I've got some 3/4 inch CDX ply. I'm going to build a platform out of that. I'm going to build an upright coming off of that, and the upright will support the armor, and then we're off to the races with the drum kit. The rolling part of the rolling platform is going to be super straightforward. I've got a bunch of these little red 2-inch wheels. Wheels are something you should have in your shop. You should have a lot of them, and there's no excuse not to, because I think I bought these on eBay. I think I bought 24 of them for a couple bucks a piece. Yeah. You don't have to buy in the bulk that I do. That's my neuroses. But just suffice to say, if you do a search on eBay for casters, C-A-S-T-O.
There we go.
Casters. Am I right about that? Or is it E-R-S? My spelling is gone. At any rate, if you do a search for casters, lot, L-O-T, you'll often find, as I have, giant tranches of awesome casters that have been used and decommissioned, and they're plenty fine for you and me. So I'm going to figure out the size of my pair of boots standing on the ground and the center of gravity that I want them to have, and I'm going to put 4 wheels in the corners and figure out how to mount one of these pipes. The light touch. The thing that I keep having to learn about this stuff, and I watch the videos of the Japanese woodworkers doing everything with that saw and big pieces of lumber. Is less is more. Take less, use less strength. Use the force. Yeah.
There we go.
This is my best saw. It's the best saw in this building. That's why it says, only Adam uses this saw. And that is a really nice cut. I'm very pleased with how straight that cut is. A little bit of waviness, but not much more than like 20 thou. Why did I cut out this block? Yeah, that's a really good question. I cut this block out because it's going to glue and screw to the stand and hold on to the main pipe. Yeah.
There we go.
It's not pretty. Doesn't have to be. All right, let's get to the gluing and screwing part of the equation.
Like that, I think. I guess it never hurts to just tack it in place now. It is so close to that thing, but maybe that's where it's... Or what if I just get one slightly colored post? Even though that's not even close to the thing anymore. Do I have a taller mouse for this thing? Yeah, so it really should just be right here chilling for the most part. Move that this way, just this tad. Oh, wait. There we go. So that implies this has to be lower or this has to be higher. Let's make this one higher. My only problem is the higher it is, the bigger risk of it
I'm
is.
already inspired. I'm already like, man, he just needs to live back there and be awesome all the time. Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Hey. Yes.
No, I'm gonna just stick with this and
Alrighty.
see if this works. Yeah, I'll just do that.
He's coming along. And he's gonna make more progress now that he's living upright. He's living the dream. He's living the life he should be living. Iron Man Mark 1. Okay. Thanks, guys. I will see you next time.
Just take that temporarily.
Thanks for watching that video. If there's a video equivalent of the Clean Plate Club, you're a member. If you want to support us, one of the best ways you can do it is going to our merch store and purchasing one of our beautiful new posters. This is my hand-drawn sketch of my two toolboxes that I used when I was an active model maker at Industrial Light and Magic in the late 90s and the early aughts. There's also on the far left side of the poster a list of all of the tools I had in these toolboxes, and I used them daily for almost a decade. Again, you can get your own version of this printed on a beautiful cardstock by following the links below.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV on us. Plus, get a free Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5, only on Verizon.
Come on.
So, the difference here is that the M1 flamethrower actually has two 6-inch tanks, and the top looks like that, and the bottom looks like that, and goes to this, which is reversed.
No
and
way.
The tanks are the same, and in the
let me do
middle
that.
is the nitrogen tank. This is how
It looks like it
works.
kind of purposely goes.
The big tanks are filled with the fuel, and the small tank is filled with the propellant, which is, in the case of the M1, I think nitrogen. I've got therapy right now, so I got something to talk about. There will be a new plan. This channel is absolutely replete with shots of me dying inside because I realized I built something upside down. But I think this is the first time I have built something wrong. If I was on the clock, my soup would be like, dude, what are you doing? And that's partly what the supervisor in here is saying. Dude, what are you doing? It's fine. The problem is that Silicon's in 10 days, and like, there's a lot to do, as one would imagine, with throwing a Pop Culture Con. And like, having to take an extra day to do this is not impossible. It's tight. So it's just a bunch of stress. You know, we'll get it. We'll get it across the line. Hey campers. Hey campers, Adam Savage here, and the hat can mean only one thing. Get the pun? The hat can mean only one thing! Yes, okay. It is a couple of weeks away.
I get it.
From Silicon with Adam Savage, my Pop Culture Con. It happens at the end of this month. It's August. And the costume I'm going to be wearing, this will all air after the con, is my McCready costume. Yeah, I'm doing Kurt Russell from The Thing. And here is, I've been gathering stuff for a while. I've been gathering stuff for quite a long time, and I'd love to show you a few things. One is that from the last best cowboy hat company, I bought myself a 50% Beaver McCready hat. Their hat is amazing. It comes without a band. This is a custom band that I made. I had an Etsy seller custom weave this to my specs. Funnily enough, there was a thread on the RPF where some other folks, like about a year or two ago, started to figure out McCready's hat band as well. So it's been a kind of a fun effort. I think mine is I think mine's correct. Okay. So I also picked up, oh my gosh, I have so many great things. I've got the long johns. I've got the Vietnam era coveralls. I've got the blue hoodie. Yeah, see, this should just stay on the floor so it gets good and dirty. I've got all these other bits, and then I've got this magnificent Shots coat. This is a vintage size 38, the absolute correct coat, flight jacket, made by Schott, S-C-H-O-T-T. I picked this up from a collector in Japan. It is in absolutely perfect shape. Oh my God, is it warm? Oh my Lord, is it warm? I'm going to sweat absolute bullets in this costume. But this is, I've got a real McCready going on. I even have the correct Vuarnet. You say Varney? Varney? I always want to say Varney, but then when I was a kid, I said Sword. You can't go by me. All this stuff. The dirtier it gets, the better.
Okay.
There have been a bunch of people who have done McCready's costume. I am standing on the shoulders of giants. There have been many, many wonderful executions. I wanted a super accurate flamethrower. So a couple of years ago, this has been in process for a long time. A couple of years ago, I reached out to a pyro technician that I've worked with extensively over the years, J.D. Street. He helped Jamie and I out on our flamethrower episode. He has almost an honorary Mythbuster, J.D. Street is. And we've had a lot of good time talking about the history of film on the sets that we've been on. And he's a terrific, he's an amazing pyro and also a terrific dude. J.D. Street lent me the gun group of a Vietnam era flamethrower. And I had molds made. I didn't make them myself. The amazing and unbelievable Ken Chung actually made these molds because he is a freaking genius. I do not know how Ken does some of the things that he does.
Okay.
But he molded the parts of the flamethrower gun group for me. And as far as I can tell, said business end of a flamethrower has never made it into rubber out in public. I am sure that there are a bunch of rubber versions of these in prop rental houses all over Los Angeles. But as far as I can tell, none of them have made it out among the prop collecting nut jobs like me. Until now. This is so awesome. So, it is time to make the backpack of the flamethrower. It is an elaborate piece. It has 3 separate tanks that are connected inside a 3/4 inch frame. I am going to sweat that frame, braze that frame out of some copper pipe that I have. I have some copper pipe fittings. I am trying right now to determine where the hell my conduit bender is. A conduit bender is one of those tools. I swear I have 3 of them in this building. Because every time I need one, every 4 years that I need a conduit bender, I cannot find the one that I had stored those many years before. And so I've been searching in every corner with a flashlight. I cannot find it. I might have to go out and buy another one. Jesus wept. But suffice to say, I'm going to make the flamethrower. There is an interesting aspect to the tanks. They are not the top. How do I say this? There are 3 tanks. One of them is hemispherical. 2 of them have half hemisphere tops and non-hemispherical bottoms. The hemisphere tank is about 8 inches in diameter. The upright tanks are about 6 3/4 inches in diameter, which means that's a 6 3/4 inch radius on top. And they also have these custom bottoms. All this is to say, I need to turn 3 separate radii for vacuum forming because I'm going to do all the tanks out of vacuum forming.
Ooh, okay, there's that ladder thingy.
It's 10 a.m. I kind of feel like I can rough this thing out by the end of the day.
There we go.
And then get to painting. That is really optimistic. This is a fairly complex build, and I don't have my head wrapped around all of it. And yet, I feel... All right, I'm going to keep looking for this conduit bender for another 5 minutes, and then I'm going to get started. I'm going to get some Wren shape, some engineering urethane, and I'm going to chuck it onto my lathe, and I'm going to pull out my... Now, I'm not going to pull out my radius cutter. I'm going to cut this radius freehand. You'll see. It's going to be great. Yes. Yes. I knew I had one in here. I just texted my neighbor Bobby to ask him if he had one I could borrow. And then I was like, I really remember one being over in the corner where I store the wood lathe. I don't know why, but I think I remember hanging this thing off the... Sure enough, boom. Okay, so where does the conduit bender live? It lives in the first place, I think, which is over by the welding table. That's the first place I looked. Ergo, that's where this should live. Nowhere else, nowhere clever. I know, no. This is the trick to managing large amounts of crap. When you have large amounts of stuff to store, if many of them are in categories that are repeatable, that is very easy because you can do it like the Sortimos and other stuff. But when you have a lot of one-offs, like, where does this go? Okay, there's one other place it could go. It could go with some of my tubing benders over here, which maybe it'll make sense for it to go over there. But this is the trick is, when you have something that is in a category by itself, the question of where you store it is really important. And in my experience, the most important question to ask yourself is, where would I look for it right now?
Oh, yeah.
And I have 2 specific locations. I'm going to decide between them, but that is trusting my brain to know next time I'm looking for this to have a pure thought. It's the same thing. And frankly,
I'm usually right. Like when I store stuff like this, I find it. It's uncanny. Okay, for the sake of a thought experiment, let us say you are making a commercial in which you have to make a super huge version, like a 4X version of this Ronson butane bottle. In that case, you would need, you know...
Oh my gosh, I need to make...
let's see, what is this? This is about
Where's that red tubing I bought?
2
Yeah,
inches
there
in
it is.
diameter, which means 4X would be 4, 8, 16 inches in diameter, right? Is when you get to 4X. No, sorry, 8 inches in diameter. It doesn't matter how simple the math on this channel is. I will get
Hello,
it.
Samuel.
It's
Sorry I
a
didn't see you there
particular
earlier.
on-camera thing I have. I can't do math. I can do math great in my head, but you're just gonna have to take my word for it. Okay, so let us say you're making a 4X version of this. Instead of 2 inches in diameter, it's 8 inches in diameter. And this that might not be a real radius. In fact, I don't think it is. When you want to make a specific curve for vacuum forming, there's a whole bunch of ways to do it. You could do it out of clay. You could make a hole and let a vacuum form slump in there. You could sweep it out of plaster. You could. There's a bunch. You could turn it out of wood. There are a million ways to skin a cat when you're making something like that. I am about to choose the fanciest method there is, which is I'm going to turn it out of this stuff. And this stuff is, this is it's called an engineering resin. It's sold under the brand RenShape, RenShape. It's expensive. A big block can be hundreds of dollars. But why it's called an engineering resin is because it has a constant density all the way through. Normally you cut, let's say, medium density fiberboard for a prop, and the face is smooth, but the edge that you cut ain't, and needs to be filled and sanded and filled and sanded and filled and sanded until it gives you a smooth surface. And a lot of sheet materials do this when you're laminating them to make big shapes.
Oh, I'm gonna throw away the top. No, I need that. Ooh, good thing I checked this.
Consistency on every surface that I cut. It's also lightweight. Like, you can chip this stuff. This is a lightweight version of it. They make it in several grades, but like this stuff is very soft, so it won't dull my tools, and it machines very fast, and it sands very fast. In every way, this stuff is like amazing for prop building. It's, like I said, it's expensive to come by. I have a sheet of the denser stuff, the pink stuff of this, which is my favorite. And it was a regular tool at Industrial Light and Magic for maquette building and for prop making, for model making. A sheet of 2-inch pink RenShape that is 2 inches thick by 24 inches by 36 inches cost me like several $100s. But I'm going to have that piece of RenShape seriously for the rest of my natural
I'll be right
life.
back.
And then, a couple
Sure,
of years
Frank,
ago,
something.
my friend Jim Fong called me up and he's like, dude, I know a model shop going out there. They're wrapping up their business. They got a whole bunch of RenShape to give away, and I got some of this stuff, and it's stunning. I even have a bigger chunk here. This will be for the big ball radius. I'll be able to get the other 2 radii out of this puppy. Yeah. This is by far the fanciest possible way to turn yourself a shape for vacuum forming, but I've got this material, so I'm going to use it. I got to do some marking and some gauge making because I want to, yeah, I'll show you. So 2 of my radii, the 8-inch and the 6.75 inch, are radii. That's easy. I just need to use a compass, draw a circle, cut a quarter of that circle. That's my radius. However, for the bottom of the tanks, I have printed them up full size. Did I print it up full size? Wait a second. Yeah, 6.75. Great. So, there we go. I have determined that the 2 main tanks being 6.75 inches in diameter is really, that's not debatable, because JD Street actually gave me a tape dragged all the way around, and it comes out to just a shade over 6 3/4 in diameter, 6.8. But when I take the tank and it's sitting here like this in Photoshop and I adjust the sides until they match that distance. So this is 1-to-1 in that distance. However, these inches, which are a mere half of the diameter, they're a mere radius away from the center of that cylinder. So here is the cylinder. That is its diameter. The ruler sits here. When I adjust this to be correct in 1-to-1, the inch up here is 1.3 inches. This is parallaxing in a camera, and it's how quickly your sizes can go way off the rails. Sorry, it's how quickly my sizing can go way off the rails. But 6.75 is the diameter. That's the one I'm going to hit. And now I just need to cut this radius out. That, my friends, is a pattern. All right. The reason I'm turning these radii out of wrench shape first is that once I have those vacuum forms, then I'm going to build the tanks. Then I'm going to build the copper thing around the tanks. I have measurements of the copper outer frame, but I have better measurements of the tanks. So the copper frame measurements I have got me to a kind of a rough engineering drawing, but it's the tanks that will decide. Because if I get that wrong, if I build this copper frame before I build the tanks and then I turn the tanks, I might have to turn them again. And that's ridiculous. I know the size of those really well. I will adjust the size of the backpack to that. Yeah. So the pieces of wrench shape I have aren't perfect. So in order to get my 8-inch diameter, I'm taking this piece and gluing that piece to it. And that'll give me, 8 inches on each side. I'm gonna go about 775. I had a little bit of topological step here, and you want no voids when you're making a vacuum form box because they will show up. Okay, I'm just gonna smooth that out. Disc sander noises. All right. Yep. That's it. You want it to the edges. You really want to get it to the edges. That helps significantly. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right. Okay. Yep. So we're going to give this a spritz of a zip kicker so that these join really tight. That is my 8-inch square. Every void you can avoid, while doing this process is something you don't have to fill later. That is smooth as well. My final nice smooth edge goes there, and if I get it slightly off, I can simply sand that smooth on my disc sander, and I will. I was into these guys before anybody. They asked me to be a manager. I call bullshit like that. Oh, Repo Man. R is. All right, go. Now I have my 2 pieces glued up, and I want to drill a hole in the middle in order that I may grab this on the lathe. That hole needs to be, this is a 2.5 inch. Great. So I'm going to
Okay, I'm back.
mark the center of
was I doing again? Oh, yeah. Let's quickly get this done, baby. So, a lot of the work is just basically the left side, I noticed, because that's where a lot of connections are going into. Everywhere else is pretty manageable. But this one, left side though, for sure. So please tell me it's not covered. Please, it's not covered. Oh, that's on that side. Yes, it's open. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so.
You want to go lightly. You don't want to grab it too hard. Tis! That's our 8-inch circle, or hemisphere, as it were. No, that's not. Yes, that. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, here's something. This is 8-inch. Dummy. I know.
Up there.
Make sure this fits. It fits. All right, so now it's time to actually cut away the excess. So I'm going to draw the circle that will be slightly outside my final dimension on both of these.
Change it
and
up.
Cut away most of the excess so I don't have to lay that out of there. Ooh, and in order to find the right compass, oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's all here.
Okay, yeah.
Ooh, God, I love my new drawers.
Oh, wait. Oh, I need to shift it a tad. Yeah, I need to shift it a little.
What is that? That is just 8 inches. Great. So then this one. Yeah. And that one is.
Come on.
7 1/4.
Wait, there you go. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay. Nice, okay. Where's that red wire? Snip, snip. So this is interesting because... What's it called? It has... Where's that thin cardboard I saw here? Yeah, there it is. Woo! Come on. Come on! There we go.
Look at that. The closer you can get to a circle before you... Holding onto something like this on a lathe with a small thing, you're putting a lot of torque on it. So it is really good if you can remove a bunch of the material before you get it onto your lathe. Turning down a square of this stuff would just be counterproductive.
Okay, let's hope that I don't regret this decision. Should be enough for 2 of those, I believe.
That's one freehand hemisphere. Here comes another one.
There we go.
.95. Alexa, what is 5.95 divided by 2?
5.95 divided by 2 is 2.975.
Okay, so it looks like it's a 6-piece nut. So I'm gonna have to find a way to make that. Oh yeah, this piece right here. Oh my gosh, I can barely pull it out. There we go. Yeah, try to get in there, get in there.
No, this time. This is the easiest one of the three.
No way. Should I just do it like this? I made a mistake doing it like that. No. Oh wait. Yeah. Open it up a little. Yeah. Oh crap.
This is my mock-up of the new frame. Not much I can do about this bend. This bend on the bottom is a little more gradual than the real thing, but that's fine.
That's not gonna work. Here's with the shot. Oh, maybe. Well, actually, hold on. Let's see here. Oh wait, that goes into here through that gearbox. So that goes into here.
Good. Some of them are just okay. If the tanks
If that plugs in here. You know where to plug into here, pass by there, and go into this little piece right there. Go like right into there.
Ah, those are longer. Right, okay, so these are a little bit longer.
So I need maybe about that much wiring. Oh, I dropped the box. The gearbox, please come back. No. There we go.
That's actually looking not bad. Not bad at all. So I think the first thing we would do is make these guys flat. Let's see. 23. I don't know. 23. Alright. That's not looking a little narrow. I feel like these size relationships are good except for this one. I think I want to bring this just a little bit closer. So, but it would be raising up that and that, making sure they're identical. Then braising up this with that. Oh, all right. I think I have the rudiments of a plan. Oh, yes. So, what is 6 times pi?
6 times pi is approximately 18.8496.
Okay, so I want an inch of overlap, so 20. 20, and then the top equals 2 inches, bottom equals 3 inches, so 5 inches gone, which means after 23, it's 18. 20 inches by 18 inches.
There we go.
2 pieces of aluminum, 20 by 18.
Oh wait, what am I doing?
I am now going to make the tanks thusly, and I'm going to roll them on my shear brake and roll. Yep, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so here is my shear brake and roll, and this is how I'm going to roll the tanks. This is a 6-inch tube I made a few years ago as a test for Hellboy's Mecha Glove, and it worked great. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to roll 2 tanks this way, and then I may end up cutting this and making this the smallest tank. We'll see. This is my test piece. This is the one that
I'm going to make a ribbon cable out of this thing.
To see if I can...
Actually, it's pretty perfect. I actually do need some cable to make the, well, whatever the thing is called, the,
Not quite the radius I was hoping for, so let's...
It's actually pretty neat. Actually, let me get more. Oh, shoot. I'm at it, then.
Not bad. Getting closer. Half turn. This isn't, I'm not wasting this piece because, frankly, I will use it.
Come on, baby.
That's it. This is why a roll is amazing, because you can do stuff like that and even out at the ends. It's really, really nice. So now I have to remember which direction I feed these in. I think it's this, right? Yes, this is 18 and that's 20.
There we go. So I got ribbon cable wire now for... I got tubing. There we go.
I'll take some adjustment.
Tubing, baby! So I want just the tubing, brother. There you go. So that means it would kind of go over the place. Sure, but plug it in. Oh, the tube.
I can make that work.
This thing real quick.
Here comes the other one.
So it kind of runs it through. Well, I know one thing, unfortunately. All right, so at least now since everything's installed, I know for sure what's needed. I can probably save that. I'll just save that piece for later. There we go.
Oh, that did it. Great.
So now, that goes through here. It sort of does move everything to the side real quick. See, that's there. So it goes into like there as such. Oh, why does that feel so off though? Oh, that's right. I forgot this little piece here is bigger than it should have been. All right, that's no biggie. Okay, like they said, you can't win them all, right? Yeah, because here you would actually find a way to what? Okay, maybe this piece is a little too big. No, it's at the same height. Oh, that's right. You kind of have to do kind of like that to the connection anyway, so. Well, I mean, can't really do anything now about it, right? It's kind of irrelevant now.
There we go. 6-inch
All right.
cable. 6-inch tube.
Oh, that's why I did all this in the first place. All this fails. I can always just.
Perfect freaking size, doesn't it? It does. I think it is actually the perfect freaking size. Okay. Luckily, I got a shit ton of black styrene.
It looks so janky. Let's see what happens. Oh, come on, really?
I'm going to call it there tonight. 3 good vacuum farms, 3 good tanks. I'll attach them all together tomorrow. And then we're back to 1. So, funny story. I just took a break because the phone rang and it's Phil Tippett. And when Phil Tippett calls, you pick up the phone. That's how that works. And Phil was asking me about a thing. And we chatted for a minute, and he had some stories, and we shared some of what our last couple of weeks were like. And he said, "How's your day going?" And I said, "Well, I just had 5 out of 6 vacuum form pulls go perfectly. So it feels like a red letter day to me." And he went, "Yeah, that is a red letter day." It feels like old school production to be doing this, because I spent years doing this. Turning big shapes out of wrench shape, vacuum forming them, and making things out of them.
Ow, my hand.
And it was nice to talk to a fellow craftsperson who knew exactly my pain and my joy at this working so well. Okay, so...
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, how many? Oh, there's 6. No. Oh, what the heck? No. Oh, 5, I guess, wasn't too bad. No, I need to make it 6. It said 6 in the...
Let's see if I can get them all the way. This little Milwaukee here. Oh, sorry, this little Makita. I know I hit up. This is the shortest distance throw right angle drill I have ever found. So it allows me to do stuff. Actually, here, I'll show you. Deep in here that I want to make sure is aligned. Oh, look at that. Wait, actually, I got to tighten this up. There we go. Then get that in there. That there's not any there's not many other things that can do that, and it's very, very useful.
Where's that piece I cut off? I need that as a spacer.
I keep this rivet gun just for this kind of operation because it's got a little bit of a shorter throw than its hello brother. There we go. Oh, fantastic. Wonderful. I'm very, very happy. I feel like you are nice and solid. You can, look at that. You live there now. That's your home. Okay, so then, if you're wondering what this is, I've got a little tennis elbow. Over-torqued something here, I don't know.
There we
yeah,
go.
got a little tennis elbow. I picked this up on Craigslist about a year ago, and it's fantastic. It's fantastic for just specifically work like what I'm about to do. Oh, where was I? Where was I? Okay, so I want to figure out exactly how high these things should be, and they need to be just a little bit higher than this guy. Which means they're going to be like that. All right, let me just double check that. Hey, let me go back to my reference material and double check it. What a novel idea. The top of all three is really freaking close to each other. Okay, so it's not just above. It is just like that, yeah.
There you go. Look at that little connector. Oh, crap.
My vacuum former is not heating the plastic uniformly, and that's not a massive problem for shapes like this.
There we go.
Anything with detail.
That's one cable. I'm not sure if it's
ability
cable.
of the form to
There you
take
go.
detail.
Little hex nut looking thing. Yeah. Now we're gonna stick it into the proton pack.
Is that if
Set
there's super
here.
thin parts and super thick
There you
parts,
go.
they're going to drape into the mold differently. And when I'm prepping a mold to receive a vacuum form and I'm like drilling holes to let air come through and pull the form down, I really need a uniformity of temperature so that the plastic all behaves across
Go that a little.
expanse of the vacuum form the same way. Uniform heating is one of the reasons that vacuum form heaters tend to be quite expensive, these radiant heaters. I want to build one with a Nikon wire. I have some. I picked up an exact amount of wire you need to power up a 110 volt kiln. And I have I have everything I need to rebuild the heating element.
Just making it. Just checking real quick.
When I said, I have everything I need.
Okay. There you go. So now, if you want to take apart your Proton pack, or pretend to, you got yourself that looks like a plug with a little connector in it. It goes into one side, goes into the other. That's pretty neat.
So I'm just trying to get the flavor right here. It comes out of here.
This video is gonna have me have a video on how to field strip your Proton pack, even though it's not really canon to the actual. That's for the nut. That's to the thing. So. Oh, this is the side. Okay, I was like, where did I?
Yeah.
Bingo.
I think that's exactly what I wanted. Oh, that was great. That was lovely. Yes. I'm very happy. Can you tell? I'm aware that I'm doing an inordinately large amount of mechanical problem solving using glue on this project. Yeah, that's just gonna have to accept that.
Why is it so? No. What's wrong?
We'll secure those later. Great. Good. Some of my mechanicals down here aren't exactly right, but they're close enough. That's great. That's all we need. That's all we're in.
My hands are cramping up because I'm holding this for so long, so tightly.
Okay, I need a bracket.
Ow. Whatever. There we go.
Oh, that looks like the real thing! It looks like the real thing, baby. Now it's time to start to get the frame ready. I need brackets for the frame. So, let me just reset it. So I need to do a bunch of grazing. I don't think I want to close this up just yet. But, wow, yeah. Dude, that's the shizzle right there.
Dang it.
I want to shorten both of those by 2 inches. Let's try that. I know, people work all this stuff out in CAD before they do what I'm doing.
Cool. Time for bracing.
Looks interesting. Where's the other cable? Oh.
All right. I think I'm. Oh, yeah. On around those, yeah. I think I can solder those in place. I'm almost at the stage of attaching these things together.
Oh.
That guy goes in there like that. And I think I can just, okay, so let's, we'll seat that. That sits there, and I messed up. That was the wrong piece. I don't know why. I'm holding the wrong piece, but I think that was it. Okay, so let's try that. Yep, that's the right piece. Look at that. Look at that. Fantastic. Okay, so now before I do all this attachment, I need to braze that in, and then I need to drill a whole bunch of holes. This is going to take a while. Yes, this will take a while because this is tedious work. Alright, that is the majority. And here's the last ones. Oh, right. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can do it this way.
There we go. That's like hex. Yeah. It's a hex piece right there. Yeah.
Rivets.
Yeah, buddy. This is happening. I'm gonna enjoy it now because everything else is elbow joints, and I don't want to deal with that kind of negativity right now. Elbow joints. Why? Ah! I'm trying to find my hand. What the heck? There we go.
All right. Oh my God. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen. A flamethrower. It's a flamethrower. Why it throws the flame, why do you ask?
Yeah. There you go.
So I'm now going to hit this with a primer and then a paint. And while that dries, I'm going to clean up, and then I'm going to pull out my sewing machine. I'm going to make the back pad. And then, yeah, if I had to deliver this to set in 2 hours, I could. But I've got 4 hours left in the day, so that's what I'm going to take. I am really happy with this. Holy shit. What is really funny about this is that the whole reason this frame is built this way is because I'm not welding in this shop right now. My welding area is not ready for welding, and there's dust everywhere, and I just don't want to shoot sparks around. None of that. So yeah, this is just a much safer way for me to make a rigid frame for something. I'm gonna string some parachute cord in here for the back pad. Got to put a little stringer across here that will where the shoulder straps attach. I think I'm going to steal the waist and shoulder straps from one of my old Alice packs for Ghostbusters because I've got a couple of extras. Then I just need to make a hanging hook for the, oh right, I'm also going to need to paint the,
There we go. Next connection is done. Now we can finally fix this darn thing here. Holy crap. Okay.
Lovely. That's excellent. That's just what I want. Okay, I'm just going to hold it up and see how it compares.
Which that doesn't
Weather that down.
anything too vital. Oh, ow, ah, ooh, hello. Look like hex nuts. There we go. Then put this in here. Hook that up. Where does this go down? Oh. Oh my. Ooh. Like goes up there and then like into here or something. Yeah. Yeah, that does it though.
Did I really? Wow. Wow. I love that shit. I just ran out of my bobbin, I think. I did. Yeah. Amazing. That was the amount of sewing I had to do today, and my bobbin just got used up. Damn, I love it. That is the back pad. Dude, I was literally half an inch over on the bobbin. And here I am doing some upholstery sewing, sitting in Jack's chair. Sitting in Jack's stool. The beautiful pigskin stool he made for me. That is lovely. Grommets. The grommets I'm choosing are these grommets. I have a grommet setter. Grommets are a weird pain in the ass. Get the right equipment with them and they just flow, no problem. Get into a bad state with them and they just ruin your freaking day.
Okay.
Ooh,
take off that
love
too.
It when it all works. It's all grommets. Okay, I'm gonna do that was the hardest grommet of this whole schmagaggy. Beauty. I love it. Yeah, it's looking great. No, let's do the other one. There we go. Get those two out of the way.
Oh, my head.
I keep expecting something to go cattywampus because grommets, frankly, are one of the they are really, really important and super. They're just really hard to do smoothly.
There we go.
Maybe it's just my toolage.
Plug that tube back
This is one of
in.
the very few times I'm using grommets that they're just like going without a hitch. And maybe it's because I've finally gotten some bits of equipment that are actually reliable for this. All right. There's my back pad. Yeah. Now I want to weather this and make it dark. So I'm going to just pull out a... these are still,
1221, holy crap.
Still looking great.
Left tube or
So
tubes
this has got
plugged
like
in.
greasy...
It's a little bit off center. Dang it. Oh well.
Sorry, dark and brown piece of military. Some fabric dyes here. I know I'm doing some fabric dyeing right here, and if it seems like I know what I'm doing, that is all totally an illusion. Which is actually, it's crazy that I'm doing this because the wonderful tailor that built all the soft parts for the G4 spacesuit I made a little while back, Christine Noble, is actually she has a degree, and her thesis was in dyeing. Not in dyeing, but in dyeing. Not in, you know what I mean. Fabric dyeing. So it's crazy that I haven't consulted Christine on this, but such as it is, time is tight. All right, let's, I'm just gonna let this thing get dirty. There we go. It's already looking amazing. It's already exactly what I want. Ow, hey, that salty water hurts the cut that I have on my hand.
There we go. There we go. Let's see what else we need. Dang.
Okay. I just discovered something, and I'm never gonna forget it. No, I'm never gonna forget it. Which is to say, here we go. Here's a little technique. So the issue I've been having is that as I try and melt my parachute cord, the outer casing is nylon, but the inner is something else, and it doesn't melt. And so I'm having this trouble that every time I'm trying to thread this through like a small hole, I'm ending up with meltable outer casing, but the inner filaments are coming out, and they are inhibiting. Basically, I'm constantly delaminating this by shoving it through a hole that's slightly too small because I did not have grommets in the antique finish that were 3/8. I had 1/4 inch. That's fine. I can make that work. But what I discovered is if you slice it and then go back up about 10 feet and be pushing it like this, you're pushing the outer casing past the inner casing, past the inner, the long pieces. And then I heat it and I get this like nice kind of needle-like thing.
Okay.
And that is working really nice.
Okay. Let me do that, but might come in
It
handy
took me
here.
most of this to figure that out. Most of it.
Give me that. I'm gonna need that.
This sits like this. Let's see. Yep. That's the perfect length. Okay, I've got an Alice pack here from the old Ghostbusters costuming thing I was doing.
There we go.
Through the front and down through the back. Through the front, above the top. So same thing. Here. this on for the first time. Oh. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Every now and then you finish a prop and you realize you could start an international incident with it just by wandering the streets. Dude. Okay. I'm going to give everything a bit of a coat of semi-gloss and call it a day. Ooh. Very happy. Oh, ladies and germs, welcome to the cave. This is an about time one day build, and I'm not going to finish it today because it's the weekend. I just came in because I was inspired. Ladies and gentlemen, my R2 unit has a bad motivator. You guys have been asking on the channel for ages for some R2 love, and today in this build, you're going to get it. Because I'm going to fix this guy up. He's been sitting in my cave now for 12 years. I finished him back in 2005. So he's been completed since, for 17 years. Oh my God. But he needs a lot of help. His data displays are, they've crapped out. I want to rebuild them. The data displays are these little displays in R2 that have some neat little blinky lights going on. There's some blue and white ones here, and there's some yellow. There's a long yellow and green one behind.
There we go.
In general, everybody who's building R2D2s is working from wonderful, wonderful measurements. There is no perfect canon set of measurements for R2D2. I want to state that right up front. I have worked with 2 or 3 of the original aluminum R2s and a host of the fiberglass ones. The aluminum ones were built for Star Wars. Fiberglass ones were built for all the movies after. And plus or minus a quarter of an inch on some of these measurements from R2 to R2 to R2. There is no exactitude in this, which is fine. That's not the issue. So in general, everyone who's building an R2 is working from terrific plans. You know, what the R2D2 Builders Group has assembled over the years is a very fine set of measurements. They're totally great and ready for filmmaking. Those measurements have now been used in R2s that have been seen on screen. But there's one thing that I regularly see that is different than the original R2. And it's these data displays. On the original, they are fiber optic. So inside this data display is a piece of metal or plastic with some holes drilled in it. Fiber optics have been fed through those holes. It's been potted in epoxy. And then the other end of that fiber optic goes, drum roll, to a color wheel on a motor that is spinning. And as that color wheel, and there's a light behind the color wheel, and as that gels on the color wheel go past the light into the fiber optic, the fiber optics come out and you get this really cool sort of lighting effect. What everyone does nowadays is they use grids of LEDs to make that to make the data display work. And it's fine. It's fine. But me, in my heart of hearts, I don't love it. So today, I am going to do a one-day build of rebuilding R2D2's data displays like the original Kenny Baker aluminum R2s from New Hope from 1976, built by some aerospace engineers in England to just surpassing perfection. The original aluminum R2D2s are like pieces of jewelry. I have several other projects to do on my R2. I have several other projects on the body and the feet and some other stuff to get him gussied up. You're just gonna love this. It's gonna be awesome. This head, if I remember correctly, God, I don't remember. Way back in the day, we had a bunch of these heads run. I think it was one of the very first runs of R2-D2 domes that were then laser cut in the paneling. So there's an underdome, an overdome, and also, make no mistake, R2's dome is not spherical. It is not spherical. It's not parabolic either. It is its own shape. And that took some doing to make sure we got that right. All right, have I covered everything? You know, I'm probably just going to make sure that these work too. Again, everyone has gone with a sort of solid state electronic solution for these, whereas this light flips red and blue, and the back one flips green and something, or maybe green and yellow. I can't quite remember. I'll have to look it up. Anyway, I'm going to fix all the lights in R2-D2's head. I'm going to pull out all of the old electronics. I am literally reinventing the wheel. The thing is that this is all modifications made on a 17-year-old wiring diagram. I am going to start from scratch. I'm going to have one plug that comes out of here that goes to the main power for R2. Why am I still talking? Why aren't we building? Let's get to building. Okay. Oh, I almost forgot. The reason I can do this is because Mike McMaster, R2 builder extraordinaire, R2 BB-8 Wally builder extraordinaire, has sent me some extra aluminum surrounds for these data ports. Oh, they look so pretty. So this is this is how I'm going to build this. Oh, it's going to be so neat. Let's go.
Okay, so there's the piece here.
There you go. Yeah. Gone. We're going to redo the whole thing. Oh, right. Here are some little LEDs that I actually threw in here that blink blue and white, and I made those. Oh, actually, sorry. Here.
Hello, A4On.
Here is what the original Star Wars data display looks like.
Ooh, I didn't intend to be staying this long, but I wanted to see this thing here. But how's it going?
The really nice thing about R2 as a build project is that R2 is beat to crap. R2 is crufty.
He did not just say crusty.
You don't need to be too precious. I'm going to clean this up simply because I think it should look neater. But that's about it. I think I've got. I think I've cleaned up in here as much as I want to. Oh yeah, that can actually go there with that. Okay.
Make it bend. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah, hello, man. What's up? Okay.
Much better. Let's find out if the data display is actually fit. Don't. I mean, nope. Look at that. That's a beautiful fit right there. If anything, it's a tiny bit small, but I can hide that with some dirt. Great. Marvelous. Right.
I have enough to make a ribbon harness now. Goodness gracious. Which is good. Oh no, I think I may have accidentally. Whatever. There we go. It's too late now, I already glued it. So.
Because I don't like gluing, and I glued stuff in here, and it made things difficult later, what I'm going to do with this is McMaster's designed these pieces, or whoever designed them for him, in a beautiful way, so that they have these holes in them. So I am going to have some screws coming through back here that receive those holes, that these holes register onto. But in order to do that, I'm going to need to provide a little more relief here. So this is about 3 millimeters, 2.5 millimeters. I'm going to reduce it to probably about 1 millimeter, and then I'm going to use some thin aluminum, which I'm then going to epoxy into here with the screws facing outward. Yeah, it should all work. It should all work. Actually, I wonder if I can get a spudger under there. This is where I feel like Ted Woodford pulling a bridge off a beautiful guitar, you know, trying to maintain the purity of the thing.
I need to know what's it called.
I was just watching Ted Woodford's channel last night, watching him repair the bridges on a couple of old.
Where the heck are the barbecue skewers I had here? Where'd they all go?
Thank you for your content. Thank you for your content.
Where'd they all go? I need that. Where'd they go? What the heck? Oh, right there. Okay. I know.
Oop, got a little scratch there. Oh, you know, one of the things I love about watching Ted Woodford peel glued pieces off of ancient guitars is just how much patience.
Doing all right. Doing all right. I am trying to finish up some of the more major parts.
In the it's free.
No.
Which is how I screw a lot of things up. He's like, it's free, and he carefully removes everything, pops the piece off. I think we have this mostly freed. This is all ancient 5-minute epoxy. Okay.
There you go.
There's a patch right here, still really holding on tight. It's the last rebel group. There we go. That was it. And channel my inner Woodford and there it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So. Again, I still don't even mind that this is a little chewed up. That is totally fine. The reason being, I can still make it work. Right, I don't mind the... We had this custom spun, which means it's very soft aluminum. And that is actually accurate to the original R2. Was also incredibly soft aluminum. What did I use to hold this on? I'm not even sure anymore. I guess I could do VHB, as it's been on the channel a lot lately. Yeah, so just want to clean that down there. Let us make some reverence marks, shall we?
There you go. There you go. There. Alright, there should do it. There should do it.
That looks neater. I'm gonna hold this on the VHB. I was thinking about some other solutions, but yeah, that's gonna be the best one that I can achieve and get what I want at. But I don't have to worry about that just yet. All right, good. That's good. Sorry, I'm just putting some tools away. So this data display, which is this data display, is
That's the ticket.
by 22 holes. And those holes are 1 to 5, 1/8 of an inch. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to show you how this works.
Oh no.
So here is the old fiber optic display, and here's the other end of the fiber optics, and when I put a light in them, see that? Yeah, there you go. That's how the data display should work, and that's how it should look, and that's how it should look. That's how it should look. So, that's how we're going to make it look. 3 by 22 holes.
There we go.
Transfer plugs. So, what is this threading? It's some millimeter thing. We're going to turn it into a 440.
Oh, that's all good. Have a good night, my man. Good luck. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna need it. I'm pretty much at the.
If these holes had to do real
I feel like I'm at
work,
the
I would do this with them, but they don't.
last.
Ladies and gentlemen, how am I going to transfer this whole pattern to a piece of metal through a thing called a transfer plug? That is a transfer plug. It is a piece of threaded rod. It is basically a spike with different threadings on the back of it. And I have them in, 440, 632, 824, 832, 1024, 1032, quarter 20, 5/16, 3/8, 7/8, etc. And so what you do is you put these into the holes. You can actually use the holder, tighten these in so that they're all level. Great. Now, I take these transfer plugs and I put them on a piece of aluminum. This soft hardware store aluminum will be perfect for my needs. And we're going to give this a good thwack in order to transfer the holes. There it is. What I have now are 6 punches for the holes. I'm going to drill those. I'm going to pull the transfer plugs out. I'm going to transfer them to the other data display. Yeah, I think that McMaster used metric for these holes. What, 1 millimeter? 40 thou? No, be 1.5. Something like that. The first tap I used had a spire point. This is a flatter bottom tap, so I'm just making sure the holes are threaded as far down as I can get them. It is less critical on the long data display, which has more meat. But I'm going to do something tricky with this pair of data displays. Since these guys live one above the other, I'm going to cut a single piece of aluminum. All right, there's a couple things. One is that I want to make sure this is square, and I just tamped this down randomly, and I want to make sure it's actually square to the piece. specifically because I'm going to clamp this into my vise to drill all the 3x22 holes. And do the same thing on the other one. So, yeah, let's get these transfer punches back in here. If I don't have them square to the piece of aluminum, then I'm doing all this adjustment after the fact, which is dumb. It's not dumb, but I mean, it's doable, but it's boring. Why cut the thing to adjust to your sloppiness at the beginning when just don't be sloppy at the beginning and then you don't have to adjust to your sloppiness? So it made me a clean guy. I didn't used to be a clean guy. Now I'm a clean guy. So
hello, Sun Memer. Whew. I should have been asleep hours ago, my man, but right now I am trying to at least have one of these hoses installed. And I could feel it right now. Yeah, right there. Oh, right there. Yeah, about halfway through. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's how it's happening. Okay. That's easy to do.
let's see what their center to center distance is. Actually, I can do across all of them. Yes. All right, we're going to try that. It's 0.16 between the distances of the holes. Now, the short display are you level? Are you parallel? Oh, you are parallel. Okay, cool. So, the shorty, go shorty, splits, pivots on the center there. So once I know the center, I know some good things. Okay, so
1.175 divided by 2 is 0.5875.
just confusing. I have to do a bunch of math to figure out where the first hole is, and then it's just a grid from there, and it's pretty straightforward. On this one, what is 3.55 divided by 2?
3.55 divided by 2 is 1.775.
7. That is the center.
Oh yeah, believe me, I am tired. But the thing that's keeping me going right now is, my gosh, dude, it's right there. I'm literally right there, my dude, and I can't stop right now. I have to see this through to the end. At least have one connection. That's it. At least one connected wire.
Okay.
So I have something to show for the whole day. Other than that, after that, I'm a head out. Like, peace, yos. But yeah, I am tired. Obviously, I am starting to get to that point. I'm autopiloting, and I'm not, you know.
Yep. There you go.
But like, it's right there, my man.
Look at that. That is.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I know my my limits before it gets a little too bad. Don't worry, man. believe it or not, this is typically how I always do things, actually. Ever since not day one, but for pretty much my whole entire life, so I'm used to this kind of, to this kind of thing. But thank you, though. I do appreciate it. Yeah, there we go. So that connects to the little ion arm. Oh, why is it pulling a PS1 looking aesthetic? Why is it not rounded, bro? Round yourself, fool. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Let's have a talk for a second. I know. A bunch of you are screaming at the screen. Why do you laser cut it? Take like 5 seconds to laser cut it. And it's a totally reasonable request. I am sure you could have done it faster than me. I am sure I could have done it faster than me. But the reason that I did this by hand is because I want my R2 to be made of metal. And I mean, I could see, but again, all of these things require me to go outside this shop to achieve a thing. Not far outside, but still outside. And right now it's just a beautiful Saturday that I woke up and thought,
there we go.
really just want to work on these hollow.
It's official. We got the first hose attached, baby.
I want to work on the data displays, I said to myself. And that I did. Reader, I did. I am pleased. All right, now I'm going to trim these down and mount them to the metal. And then I'm going to call that a day. I'm going to go home.
Just get an idea of it. Okay. Yeah, that's what the thing is. Okay.
All right. There is one. And
So
there
that
is
means-
the other.
Also
They're
means-
ready to receive their fiber optic goodness. You might notice that this is a little bit leaned this way. There's a little more space here than there. I'm going to fix that by opening these holes just a little bit. But at the same time, R2 is wonky. So I'm only going to waste a little bit of time on that. I think I'm going to let this go here today. And yeah, I'll just put these down here where they can inspire me when I come in. Yep, and same here.
There we go.
Good job. Hey, I'm going to pause here in this build right now, my R2 parts build, to just talk about this guy here. Because he has come up on the channel a whole bunch, and I've spoken about him over the years. But I built this before I was doing any kind of coverage of my personal builds. He is 17 years old. 17 years ago is when I finished this guy. It was the 3rd season of Mythbusters. We had moved from M6 to M7, and I had just helped them put together the M7 shop. And we had our first break in production of a couple of weeks, and I spent most of that couple of weeks wrapping up this build after 5 years, because we had started
buddy.
in 99, 98. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is deeply pleasurable to dive back into the R2 wilderness. And I also would like to say,
this has been a big
lest you
smile
get
on my
any
face. Okay.
impression from the beginning
And then
of
there's
this
that little
video
piece
that
right
I'm
here.
pooping on anybody's version of their own R2. Not at all. I am so delighted that thousands and thousands of people have enjoyed the same pleasure I have in making their own R2 units. Whether it's R5D4, BB8, Wally, it's all part of the same slipstream plasma pool of wrapping your head around something that is surpassingly enjoyable to you until you know it utterly and bringing it into your life. Seriously, that's what it is to make one of these things. And the
Okay, hold on. I gotta.
like, you know,
I gotta at least gotta do the
I was
iron
helping
arm.
them
Okay.
with Don Bees and I were helping them with some
This is
measurement
so
ideas
exciting,
way
dude.
back
Like
in the day,
seeing
that
it all
was
finally
mostly led
like
by Don.
finishing
And
up.
it-
There it is. That's what I was looking for.
You know,
Where's my scissor go?
what we found in the burgeoning R2 community way back then still holds today. Is it is a deeply sharing economy, very similar to the Ghostbusters groups, to the 501st Legion and the Rebel Legions. That information is for sharing.
Yeah.
I found I mean, it's so, look, when I was first doing this in 98, 99, and then early aughts, I was assembling a Bible of information, but there wasn't a lot of people. There wasn't a lot of information. The information came from us, from ILM, but like people were sort of figuring out what they could. But last night I read like a 50-page PDF that went over every difference in every single R2 unit, from little doors that should have frames and sometimes don't. Like this one. Yeah, like that one.
There we go.
And so, last week, when I decided, okay, I've got the data displays from McMaster, it's time to remake mine. I seriously, please don't imagine if you have used any other lighting than the one I'm using that I somehow think it's less than.
Smaller.
I spent this weekend worrying that I did too much gatekeeping at the top of this video. So put whatever lights you want or need to behind the data displays and all the other lighting of your R2 unit. I will love it regardless. And I am delighted to be adding some OG crappiness to mine. I mean, when you look at the original trilogy R2 units, specifically the new Hulk ones, man, it's crunchy in this way that I find delightful. This guy has been with me through a lot of years, and we're gonna get him even more gussied up than he is today. Yeah, I know. I gotta fix that a little bit there. Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, this is just a break from our regularly scheduled programming to spread a little more R2 love in the world. It's an amazing project. Actually, before I wrap this out, I want to talk about, if you are debating whether or not to start your own R2, do it. Do it. There's no threshold for materials. People have worked this
big
out
enough
out of
hex
paper,
in
out
that,
of
brother?
cardboard, out of paper mache, out of fiberglass, out of styrene, out of Warbler, out of Sintra, out of aluminum, out of steel, out of titanium. I'm sure there's a titanium R2 out there somewhere, made by some nutty shipbuilder, military contractor. Who knows? But there is almost no material this hasn't been made out of. In fact, one of the earliest pieces in the morgue I built of reference material for R2 was a paper R2 that turns out to have been built by Tom Sachs. Who knew that years later he would become one of my closest friends? So yeah, if you're debating whether or not to jump into this, R2 is a build of high complexity, but not necessarily difficulty. Yes, if you wanted to machine everything yourself, it's a big build and it's a long list, but there's tons of people making all the little details.
At least it's for this particular element, yes it is.
Kind of things.
I'm just,
you can buy
if
STLs
my glue gun wants
to
a seat, so thank you.
Print this thing from
It
scratch
is
if
getting
you
there,
had enough
baby.
time. It's all part of the same process.
We shall
see. And the process is taking all of these details, the doors,
oh my
and
gosh,
the vents,
why
and the shoulders and the feet and the wheels and the electronics, and getting it into your brain pan. And then once you do and you start to build something out of that, such an endorphin rush, man. Yeah, anyway, okay, back to the data displays. I have my data display grid.
Oh! I burned my hand. That woke me up. Let's get some more. Now I'm scared. I gotta go see.
Fiber optic cable, of which I procured this on eBay for a few bucks. Like
Sonny's not right
9
here.
years ago, thinking someday I'm gonna redo my R2 unit. These are individual strands of fiber optic. They are each about 30 thou. Is that really true? Yeah, they're 30 thou.
Dang.
For me, this is the absolute ideal diameter for my data display ideas.
Right here?
The original trilogy data displays were actually little, like, they were probably like 90 thousandths, 2 millimeters or such. They were like little 2 millimeter bundles wrapped in insulation. And then what they did was they took that insulation, they took those insulated wires and they just like shoved them all up in here until they were roughly in a grid format. But there was nothing holding them, just glue. So they like jammed them in like 3 high and like 20 across. And they did the same things for these. And if you look at super close-ups of the OG data displays, you'll see little rings of insulation around each one. I am not doing that. My grid is far more regular. However, this will allow me to get a bunch of strands in each one, like 10 or 12 strands inside of each hole, and that looks really great. So the Kenny Baker R2 is the one that I'm copying here, because the Kenny Baker R2, just for your reference here, one of the data displays is here, and one of them is here.
There we go.
As I want
now,
to localize the light wheel that will power both of them.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to have them come. I'm going to have them.
Hey, NCO Katana. I'm going to let you know right now, you're pretty much at the tail end of the build or my stream. So after I finish this little element, I'm about to head on out. So.
I had everything come,
but it's cool to see you for a little bit.
A rat's nest in the middle.
So.
And I even had
just trying to finish out these hoses.
In here, I had
finally got the
servo for changing the direction of the periscope, and I had.
But yeah, I got a lot of stuff done. We got the. I actually did quite a lot today. I finished up the wiring, updated a little bit. Got the iron arm pretty much done. I just gotta get a gray piece of cardboard and then a yellow tube. Bridge piece here, whatever this is called, attached ring loop or
and that
what's
is
it called?
everything up against the
ribbon
sides.
cable
Everything
mount.
against the sides
Got the
and
two red ones and the mounts.
Make every table
Finished up this
you're
piece, so
going
this
to
all
wanna
contained
get in
now.
here.
So
It's
that's
gonna
cool.
Be a pain in the butt.
So
Don't
I'm
make your own job
excited.
harder. So on the Kenny Baker R2, because Kenny
Okay,
had
see you,
put
man.
his head
Have a good
in
one.
here, the fiber optics came around like this and stayed really close to him. So that's what I'm going to do. And that means then I'm going to want to, I'm probably going to go, let's say 10 inches for each side. And that should give me.
Yeah, some days I feel like I didn't do much on this build, and then when I actually start listening at what I did, I'm like, you know what? Never mind. I actually did quite a lot today, especially for a
enough playroom.
few hours. So, yeah, whatever. No, I have to. I must know. Oh, what the heck?
There it is. Okay.
Let's see if
so
I can
fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's see if I can fit 12. I love a round number. I know it's not a round number. Everyone gave me crap last week when I talked about whole numbers like ½ inch, 3/8. Nope, it's 11 per hole. There we go. Okay. So 11 per hole. And I have, let's see here. Okay, I have roughly 200 strands here. And if I cut these at 10-inch lengths, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay. 7. 7 times 200. 1,400. That's 1,400 pieces.
122 times 11 is 1,342.
Holy shitballs. I have literally the exact precise amount. I needed 1,400 lengths, and if I fill every one of these holes with 11 strands of fiber optic, I need 1,342. Sorry, but that to me is hilarious. This is going to take a while. This threading is going to be a little bit of a slog. Let's, yeah, I'm going to put on some music, and this will be a long time lapse, I think.
There we go, rounding off the top of the nut. The nut. So you know it's a good time. Everyone has the nut. The nut. There we go.
No one ever realized that Tom Hanks, when he signs a letter, T. Hanks,
It spells thanks. Isn't that appropriate? Anyway, look, I've got a lot of parts to manage here. A lot of strands of
there we go.
Of fiber optic, and I want to redo my math right now because I've just gone through one whole hank, and now I can confirm my number. I had estimated about 200 strands, but I have filled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 3, 18. I filled 20 holes. 20 times 12. That's 240 strands. Great. I'm on great track here. 240 strands. I will go in and slice these once I have added enough glue to their backsides. Yes. There we go. Right. So I have 240 strands plus a little bit. Actually, 245. Which is great. That means I have plenty to fill all of these, and
there we go.
Frankly,
and then that just goes in there. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna take 3 strands to do these, and then 2. Yeah, we're in good shape. I'll only use 6 of these hanks by the end of the day. Hanks.
There we go. And then this goes here.
I want to talk about tedium. I love talking about tedium. Tedium is one of the most important. It's one of the most important. Let me get a little better shot. Hold on. Look, something like this. This is a tedious job. There's no doubt about it. Counting out and feeding a dozen lengths of specially cut fiber optic through over 100 separate little tiny holes. It's the very definition of a tedious job.
Yep.
So you just give into it. This is what's happening now. This is a great, tedium is a great mental frame.
Sure is. I'll give him that.
For life.
You
get impatient, you get patient again. You get impatient, you get impatient again.
Right now,
I soothe myself during tedium by doing math. You know, when I'm driving, I'm constantly doing the math of how many miles I have left, how long it'll take me. I know my GPS says that, but I like to do my own math when I'm passing those signs on each side. Something like this, I'm looking at my watch and I'm like, you know, I started this around an hour ago, a little longer. And frankly, I'm going to finish before noon, and I thought I'd be doing this for the better portion of today. So,
yeah, buddy.
The thing I notice about tedium is it actually often happens way faster than you think the tedious task is going to happen. You get better at it as you go. You improve. You refine. And don't get me wrong, if I had to do a lot of these, I have all these ideas. I'd make a tapered hole with the tools so that I could feed these all into it and then guide them in there. But to be fair, once I saw how quickly this was actually going, I realized I don't need such interventions right now. I just get a little bit of the touch and feed these through, and every now and then one feeds through really nice and quickly. There we go, counting off another few.
There we
go. The rest
go.
of the time, you know, listen to music. I love movie soundtracks for that. I'm not saying that this is any more fun because of the ways that I do it, but when I think about the rewards, right?
There we go.
when I first see light coming through these guys. It's going to be thrilling.
What the heck happened here? It's coming off. Oh,
Maybe I
look
should
at that.
just discuss a little bit of my methodology here. You couldn't possibly thread all of these things through all of these holes without holding on to some of them. So I'm using the thin CA glue on the back side of each hank that I put through to hold it in place. That's not going to be the only holding that I do for these, but it's the perfect temporary hold. Once I get these in, also, because the thin CA glue sometimes takes a minute to, in the way that I'm doing this, if I lined up all of my hanks of 12 strands and then just started going at it, I need to let the CA glue sort of settle every now and then, which is why I do about 5 or 6 at a time, and then I recount them. It gives the thin CA some time to kind of bond with itself.
There we go.
Really getting a touch sometimes.
There we go.
And then increment by increment,
Yeah.
Years and years ago,
That's it.
I had a loved one join a cult and did a lot of research into cults. And one of the things that I found about cults is that most of them seem to be just borrowing language from Lao Tzu and Taoism. Which is to say that they're actually borrowing some useful philosophies about navigating being a sentient being in the service of their cultiness. But, so many of those things that are in Taoism,
optics. Let's see.
1,000 miles begins with
I typically, if I were to think of optics, probably like it's just a good old standard. I don't know.
How do you fill 112
Red
holes
dot
with a
sight, I
dozen
think that, or
strands?
at the
One
very
at a time.
most, maybe a holographic sight, or depending on your shotgun, maybe you could give it a rockin'. Oh, sorry, hold on. Oh my gosh, there it is. Yeah, for your shotgun, I think you should give it like.
So once I have all of these filled,
there
I'm going
we
to give
go.
it a kind of a heavy dose of some of the
Oh god, that's
flexible
tedious.
CA on the back
Oh wait,
side.
I need that.
Then
There we
I'm gonna
go.
seal that. And once I feel like that is secure, then I'm going to slice the fronts. Once I slice the fronts.
But yeah, to answer your question, I think you should give it like a red dot sight or like a holographic sight. I think those are like the most popular things. I gotta watch. Whew. Most popular things on to see on a shotgun. But speaking of shotgun,
This is
I'm
also
done.
where, when you're
At least
working
for
in a
today.
shop, this is where
Look
it's
at that.
super
Let me see if I can get a
difficult
wide
because
view of it.
There's nothing more fun about a tedious job than racing someone else to do it faster and at the same quality. Come on, come on. There you go. Oh yeah, look at that. They all went through cooperatively.
Scratching my stomach. Okay.
Oh, this is great. I had no idea it would go this fast.
Let me change my view.
What I'm happy about is that none of the thin CA is coming through the front, which I appreciate. Thin CA glue can wick and do all sorts of things to destroy your life and glue you to your props. Thin CA glue is chaotic good.
There we go.
This is the hardest one yet.
If I were to do like light amount of guesstimation here, I think I'd probably be up to.
And everybody in special effects will have some legendarily tedious job they participated in, whether it was like painting 1,000 cookies for some, Chips Ahoy commercial, or whether you worked on Starship Troopers, or helped build a 40-foot Titanic in 6 weeks flat. Yeah, the tedium of model making bonds us together. All right. 4 to go.
Just a loose layout of things to expect. And then tube goes in here. Yep, I Dave.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12.
There we go. Something like that, I think.
No.
Whew, okay. Oh, I made it a little too low. Oh, no. Oh, no, not too low. Sorry, I made it too far back, it seems. Interesting. Anyways. I think that'll do it. Ah, yeah, baby. All right. There we go. Oh, shoot, that scared me. Let me tape that down real quick. There we go. Just temporarily. God, this thing is getting there. I can't wait to wear this thing. But yeah, just taped out the wires. You got a loose idea of where they're going to go and all that. And the funniest part about all this is you can actually... Oh, hold on. The funniest part about this is if you really wanted to, you could... take out the tubing.
I thought the last one was going to go really
and then put it in here, and then put it back into there. Just, if you want to mess with things, like tinkering, you can take out this cable here and this cable.
All right. Woo!
Plug it back into where it goes. It doesn't do anything, but it makes me feel better if I want to make... The heck, the hat?
Good.
Oh, he finished it. Right. But yeah, and then put that all back in. Yeah. I just taped everything shut for now. But that's it.
Favorite CA.
That'll do it. Oh, yeah. And then, of course, I finished the wiring. So now...
Into the
yeah. There we go. Ion arm needs to be made. Ribbon cable. I do have ribbon cable, actually. Let me see. Here.
And let it settle.
It's like, apparently, according to some forums or some things, the cable seems to be like a mixture of different kinds of parts.
On the second one, why?
Like some say it's like this, and then a bunch of like this on the side all combined together. So that's what I'm gonna do next. But that's not now. That's for later.
I entertain myself a lot. All right.
So there we go.
There we go. Let's get this guy going.
It's getting there. So anyways, now I'm really going to head off now because I am tired. So there you go. That's my Proton pack so far. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And I am tired, so I'm about to head off. So my name is Sam. I'm so happy for her. And if I was you guys, be chill. Alrighty. Turn off the light there. Yeah.